Bang.
See you in 3 minutes.
Yep.
This some Prevo shit, huh? Lyrically immortal beast, redesign artistically. Ha, L-I-B-R-A. I just wanna get fly with you, so fly, so fly. Really just tryna get high with you, so high, so high. They can't understand why we do everything, everywhere, every day. We walk on the moon. I just wanna get fly with you, with you, with you. Really just tryna get high with you, with you, with you. They can't understand why we do everything, everywhere, every day. We walk on the moon. Footsteps on the big clouds, yeah, we here now, ain't coming down. Cause I hear the sound of the lighter flick, sparking big clips. Took a big rip with a thick bitch, and she fine too. About 5'2", doing something smooth, we can vibe too. Match my energy and you can slide through. I like different flavors, let me try you. I just need a taste of what you're really giving. Don't fight the temptation, baby, release and give in. Long as you stay loyal, we both gonna end up winning. And there was no question, I know you was down to ride by my side. Unique as a rose, from the ashes I rose. Straight from the gutter, I grew up in nose. When I made it out, I couldn't believe it. Look at the beauty outside of the streets. Mama just texted me, told me she proud of me. Your son doing better, my demon just danced with me. I'll never end up another Yumbler casualty. Value the life and energy surrounding me. But still, I just wanna get fly with you, so fly, so fly. Really just tryna get high with you, so high, so high. They can't understand why we do everything, everywhere, every day. We walk on the moon. I just wanna get fly with you, with you, with you. Really just tryna get high with you, with you, with you. They can't understand why we do everything, everywhere, every day. We walk on the moon. We can be like Eric and Donna from the 70s show. Maybe Monica and Chandler, keep it on the low. Ross and Rachel, fucker, we let everybody know. Millhouse and Lisa type shit, give us time to grow. Like the seeds that were planted right under the snow, give them 6 months. Ordinary's the glow from the sunshine. Greatness takes time. One conversation, it should be mine. Trying to have an ad to me, not take from me, cause I'm whole already. But I'm also kinda damaged, I got hoes already. Still a fly young king, so the hoes already. Melody, sand wavy in the flow, with steady newbie swag with a little bit of mom spaghetti. There is a kind of lyrical, no, it's not a subliminal. With pissy elevators and smoking my swimming pools. And I made it out. Yeah, I struggle from time to time, but I'm happy now. Obstacles coming in, I see them, but I ain't backing down. Old homies that hated on me still coming back around, but I'm cool with it, cause we fly like paper, get high like planes. Sitting here laughing at all y'all lanes. I'm a beast unleashed, I can't be tamed. Bet you won't ever forget my name. L-I-B-R-A. I just wanna get fly with you, so fly, so fly. Really just tryna get high with you, so high, so high. They can't understand why we do everything, everywhere, every day. We walk on the moon. I just wanna get fly with you, with you, with you. Really just tryna get high with you, with you, with you. They can't understand why we do everything, everywhere, every day. We walk on the moon.
Well, Dak, here's the deal. I'm the best there is, plain and simple. I mean, I wake up in the morning, I piss excellence.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, people of the internet and planet Earth and parts unknown. It is time for the House Divided Podcast, Season 5, Episode 9. Today, we have ourselves a fun one. We have the Michigan State preview, the battle for a trophy with a lumberjack on it.
Yeah, that's accurate. Very heavy lumberjack.
Featuring our friend and Michigan State fan, Kaleb.
Hello.
You might know Kaleb as Twitch handles, Twitch usernames, and Twitter usernames are escaping me, so I'll let Kaleb take this part.
He's had a few of them.
Twitch is its_Sparty, and Twitter is @its_Sparty.
There we go. Thank you. Oh, my things were escaping me. Yeah.
I mean, it's like you. It's like I never remember which one of your names is your PSN or your Twitter, because one's Werewolf FPS and the other's PVE.
Oh yeah, that is true. And then I always have some random quip about the current state of Ohio sports or Tampa Bay Lightning sports. Always on Twitter also. Or about how Kevin Warren's a god-awful Big Ten commissioner.
Well, I mean, all of those things are true.
Yeah.
I mean, Tampa Bay Lightning, Ohio State sports, yeah, those are there.
Yeah.
And hate tweets at EA Sports and Kevin Warren, those are there.
There's a lot of... Oh, I'm surprised Kevin Warren hasn't blocked me on Twitter, but that's a story for a different day.
Hey, I mean, bound to happen sometime.
Not all of us can be blocked by Rob Parker on 7 different Twitter accounts, though.
Two Twitter accounts, might be 3 by now. I think I might have gotten myself blocked on the podcast one intentionally.
Yes. Yes.
Instagram, I'm blocked twice by Rob Parker on there. I really hate Rob Parker.
Stories for different days, because we've
been over this plenty of times. His face was only featured on Stupid People Say Stupid Things for a little while.
For a long time.
God.
Is he on this graphic, this iteration of the graphic? I don't know.
I don't believe he is, and that's simply because I don't know what he does, because he's rarely on anything notable anymore. Fox seems to have given up on him. So the only place he can spew his nonsense is Twitter and Instagram. So I don't see that stuff.
Yeah, fair enough. So real quick before we get into the show, as I said at the top of the intro, Michigan State preview. We got Kaleb in. He is the man who knows everything there is to know about Michigan State football, at least for this podcast.
Yeah.
I know more about Michigan State football than I ever intended to, because I've watched them a lot this year.
I've watched parts of them this year. So let's move on into the show so we can get this going. Let's start with Stupid People Say Stupid Things. Kaleb, you are the guest, so I will let you start the segment off.
If you have any.
If you have any.
I don't know if this is more like stupid people because you guys aren't stupid people, but I just wanted to bring up the fact that you guys said Michigan State would be near the bottom in the Big Ten at the beginning of the year, which, trust me, I felt the same way, but I wanted to bring that up because it needed to be said.
That's fair, because in the midst of Michigan State's first game against Northwestern, I did say that I thought MSU was going to be the worst team in the Big Ten.
I don't know if
Boston felt quite as sure about that as I did, but I did not see this happening at all.
I will eat my words and say, you know what? I was half expecting us to take that one on the podcast, so I'm okay with that. I did not expect to see Michigan State at 7-0, 6-0.
7-0.
7-0. Okay, 7-0. At this, at any point in the next couple of years, they've,
Big Ten's been weird.
Yeah.
Big Ten's been real weird.
We'll be talking about how weird the Big Ten's been here in a moment. So Jordan, you want to take yours because you have a few more than I do, I believe.
Yeah, I'm gonna do these as quickly as I can. I don't know if you have Horace in any of yours,
I do.
But for one of the very few times Horace has found his way into mine, simply because he has given me a nickname for Penn State football and Penn State athletics as a whole that I am going to use forever. I don't remember what this original tweet was. Apparently it was from Barstool.
Well, they could be on Stupid People Say Stupid Things all the time.
I don't know who's more stupid. But he replies, "Nah, at just how pants State played around people and thinking they was ham hoarding, but ain't even tored off the cabinet doors slow. Hashtag roll tide. And somebody feels very strongly about Horace. He just got replies of just says, Horace is my grandpa.
Got some strong feelings about Horace.
Goodness gracious. Let's see. I found what might be the stupidest comment thread on the internet in the history of ever. On Instagram. Again, I don't remember what this post was, but the comments have nothing to do with the post, so it's irrelevant.
Oh no.
From the account on Instagram, _youngboybetter. Just says, don't care, young boy better, which is just a meme these days, and I don't get why. Don't care to know anything more about it.
I got nothing. I don't know what's going on there.
Somebody replies to him, quiet, goofy man. Young boy better replies, L. And also replies, Jets are better. Better than what? I don't remember.
Better than the Lions, technically.
Technically, I don't know
if that's really true.
I don't know if that's really true. So the other person on this thread, Andy Carps04 on Instagram, replies to Young Boy Better and says, ratio plus L plus breath smells plus no one asked. And Young Boy Better replies, ratio plus L plus YB better. Clown emoji, clown emoji, clown emoji. And all those stupid little ratio attempts garnered a grand total of 0 likes, fittingly so.
I feel stupider for just hearing that exchange.
That's Instagram comment section.
All of those people right there are
loser.
Yeah, losers indeed.
I didn't get to press that button a whole lot last week.
No. Where to next? All right. This last, or not the last one, but this one is on a post from the Detroit Free Press about Chuck Hughes, who is widely believed to be the only NFL player who has ever died on a field, and he played for the Detroit Lions 50 years ago. It was just the 50th anniversary of that. In the comments, we have, I remember that day like it was yesterday. Thanksgiving Day against the Bears. And a couple people very happily, for me anyway, pointed out, since when is Thanksgiving in October? Because that didn't happen on Thanksgiving Day if it's the 50th anniversary of it happening now in October. I don't know what Terry over here on Facebook is smoking.
What was he smoking? What, like, I need to know what he was on, because that sounds like some good shit.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
I know I've already told you about this one. Halftime in the Michigan and Northwestern game, the marching band was out there and they did a little skit, a little beer pong skit, and they had an Ohio State ball that, of course, misses the cup, rival schools and all. Subtle little stupid jabs like that happen all the time with marching band halftime shows.
Yeah.
And of course, the Michigan ball bounced a couple times off the rim, but made it in the cup. It's the important part. And Jacob on Instagram says, dude, they weren't even playing Ohio State. They were playing Northwestern. OSU lives rent-free in their heads, huh? Yeah, that's kind of how rivalries work.
Yeah.
Well, yep. I have a large group of Ohio State fans making this segment again, so yeah, that's this. Oh, no. It's been a rough week for Ohio State fans, apparently. At least in terms of saying stupid shit on the internet.
Mercifully, we only have 2 more. On the post that showed the map of Twitter data that was used to show which state or which team each state was rooting for in the World Series, and everywhere outside of Texas and for whatever goddamn reason, Delaware are rooting for the Braves. And somebody replies to this. Yeah, I don't. It would make. I thought it would make sense. Like Phillies fans don't want anything good to happen for the Braves, but Pennsylvania was rooting for the Braves too. So I don't. Delaware's really weird. In response to this, we have Back the Pack at Equity Bruin on Twitter. Says, I'm rooting for the Astros. I think it would be a stain on baseball if they do. And all I want in life is for that sport to be abolished so I never have to see it again. I don't know where this hatred for baseball's coming from.
Loser.
We got Pat McAfee hating on baseball all the time, and now it's all over the
Loser.
And then this last one that is so
I can't even hit the button anymore. I hit it so many times that I started to miss.
This last one is especially stupid, and I don't really know. I mean, this guy he says some stupid things sometimes, but not all the time. This is David Land.
I know what
David
this
Land,
one is. Yep.
Who is mainly an IndyCar YouTuber, but follows motorsports and everything in general. Commenting on the kind of awkward interviews that Megan Thee Stallion and Serena Williams had with Formula One reporter Martin Brundle at the United States Grand Prix, which were awkward. There's no way around that. They were very, very bizarre. So David says, new rule across racing. If the celebrity can't pass a simple written test on basic racing knowledge, an example, who is Martin Brundle? No hard card for you. Buy a ticket and sit in the grandstand and learn something, you pleb. Also, no celebrities in the pace car or flag stand. Now, motorsports is by no means the most popular sort of sport in the country. I mean, there's a reason we call them the four major sports with football, basketball, baseball, and hockey. It's not on that level, and F1 even more so. So when you have celebrities that are going to these races, I know especially in the case of Megan Thee Stallion, she was paid to be there by Cash App and was literally just a walking advertisement for them.
I know Serena Williams has been to the U.S. Grand Prix a couple times.
Yeah, but I don't know if Megan ever has.
I don't think so.
I don't care what the reason they're there for. They have such a following, both of them, that somebody is gonna see that. Odds are, like, there's no possible way that a single fan of those people doesn't see them at these races. They watch the race and they're like, this is actually kind of fun. If one person watches Formula One or motorsports in general after seeing them there, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Like
it's gross.
I don't know. David's just trying to be just trying to gatekeep, and it just sucks.
All I'm gonna say about David, first off, Caleb, do you know who Martin Brundle is?
To be honest, I don't.
I was gonna ask him the same thing.
That's not shocking.
No prayer.
That is not shocking, because unless you were alive during Martin Brundle's F1 run back in the late 80s into 94, if I remember correctly, 86 to 94.
So he retired before I was born.
Yeah, I wasn't even a thought then.
Yeah, he retired before I was born too. I believe it was 94.
If it was 94, then yep. Barely, but yep.
I believe it was 86 to 94. Unless you watched F1 at that point in time, or you have watched 24-hour Le Mans religiously, because he ran it for years, because it was the only thing he could even really be competent in, you wouldn't know who the fuck Martin Brundle really is.
Unless you're already a fan of F1 and watch the broadcast and know that he's on the broadcast team.
Yeah.
Like, Martin Brundle is still, like...
He's kind of irrelevant in Formula One. He's
a well-respected, commentator and journalist.
Yeah,
on
he's respected
at these races,
at
but
what he does.
Unless you're already in the door on F1, you don't have a clue.
Yeah, he's just a guy. He won 0 races in his 9 years, his 9 seasons or whatever it was.
I saw he finished no higher than 6th in the points.
Yeah, finished no higher than 6th in the points at any point. I think he had like 4 or 5 podiums, something like that. So he wasn't really like super relevant as a driver. And yeah, Megan Thee Stallion's bodyguards didn't know who Martin Brundle is either. You gotta know.
It's a stupid question though, as well.
Yeah.
Like, can you do a Formula One rap for us? No.
Yeah. Like. Yeah, her bodyguards should have probably known who he was, so it wasn't just a scenario of you have essentially treating some guy just like a fan who got onto the grid. But
and he literally introduced himself, Martin Brundle, British television.
Yeah, like I'm not shocked that nobody really that they didn't know who he was. I mean, he hasn't he's done similar stuff to this to Serena Williams in the past, where just walks right up to her and expects her to answer everything. It's like,
well, and he did this race as well, and I can't believe that the interaction with Megan Thee Stallion and the bodyguards was the one that was taken away more from this weekend, because he walked up to Serena and she just waved him off.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. I mean, sucks, shitty, but no. I mean, that's like, that's like saying, you're going to like a concert and like the headliner or the main act and everything, but you don't know any of the supporting acts or anything, and a fan telling you got no reason to be here.
Yeah.
Like, it's silly.
Yeah.
The whole thing is silly. And before we do move on to your stupid people saying stupid things, I do want to point out that Martin Brundle, I don't believe, is the one that has a problem with this. It is Twitter that has blown it way out of proportion. Martin, I don't think. I mean, he probably thought it was awkward and it was weird and it didn't look good.
Yeah.
But I don't think he was offended by it or was just like, man, celebrities, old man yells at cloud.
Yeah. Twitter had their old man yells at cloud moment a couple of times this week. Or, the internet did. Moving on to my stupid people say stupid things. I have 4. I'm going to get through mine relatively quickly. My first one comes from you all know him, and you all think he's stupid.
Oh, Horace.
Horace goes by large Ellie fans on Twitter. Horace tweeted this in reply to ESPN. ESPN tweeted something about Texas A&M beating whoever the fuck they played. Horace replied with this tweet: "Win against nobody teams. Held it up footballs all they want, but ain't rakes in a sectional, so needed less land to put math on. Roll Tide." Hashtag Roll Tide. Now, first off, Kaleb, since you were from Michigan and you do not speak fluent South, and I am from the South and speak fluent South, let me translate a little bit of this for you. Now, Grant, it's Alabama, so it's a different dialect. They have less brain cells. But let me help you out here.
Okay.
I dropped out of school in 2nd grade to play banjo. I ain't got no teeth. My cousin is my wife. Hashtag Roll Tide.
Okay.
Yeah. That's pretty much what it is.
That's Horace. That's
Horace.
Now, second problem.
Never change, buddy.
Second problem. As the 6 people in Alabama who know how to use internet are furiously sending hate tweets towards me.
Yeah, probably.
Secondly, here's the other problem with Horace. Texas A&M beat Alabama.
And he wants to say that they haven't played anybody.
They have wins against nobody teams. Moving on.
I mean, maybe Horace is just really honest about how he feels about his Crimson Tide. He just knows that it ain't their year.
Yeah, maybe.
That's true.
That's true. That's
Doubtful.
a good point. This one comes from Tim Hasselbeck, who works for ESPN now. Tim Hasselbeck said on the ESPN morning show Get Up, Pat McAfee has been the worst thing to happen to Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers this year. He is saying this in reference to every Tuesday Aaron Rodgers goes on to Pat McAfee's show for like 30 minutes or whatever, and
it's glorious.
It he has his own book club on the show, which is hilarious. And he goes and talks to Pat like he's talking to a media guy.
Sort of, except he's not a robot in that scenario.
Yeah.
Actually shows that he's human.
Yeah. Tim Hassel said this mostly, or at least everybody who is affiliated with Pat McAfee's show took it as a joke. Pat even said on the show the day this happened, this was last Thursday, you know what, it's just joking, it's a laugh, we like Tim Hasselbeck, he's a good guy. And that's what he said is not why Tim Hasselbeck makes this segment. He makes the segment because Tim Hasselbeck is one of those media members who hates NFL players that don't like talking to the media.
Gee, I wonder why.
Tim Hasselbeck is upset because he's not talking to the media that Aaron Rodgers is not talking to the media that he wants him to talk to. This just in, the Detroit Red Wings beat the Washington Capitals, meaning my NHL parlay is dead.
Matt, you shouldn't have done that. Wings are hot.
That's unfortunate for me.
That's like the first time they've beaten Washington in like 6 years.
Yeah. Continuing on with the segment. Ohio State fans made the news again this week as a conglomerate, or at least some Ohio State fans on Twitter. This was too many to count. This is the third week in a row we've had a scenario like this. So the news broke Saturday afternoon that Quinn Ewers was not making the travel roster to go to Indiana. That beatdown we will talk about here in a few minutes. Several, and by several I mean about 25 at least, I stopped counting after that, Ohio State fans on the internet tweeted, "This isn't news. Why are you reporting this? This isn't news. No one cares. This is not a news story. Why does this matter?
Anything.
Why does this matter?"
Could be a news story.
And just on repeat. This is a news story because Quinn Ewers left high school a year early to go to Ohio State. Quinn Ewers was the most sought after and most highly coveted quarterback recruit of his recruiting class, the 2022 recruiting class. He was the number one quarterback in his recruiting class, and I believe he was the number one recruit in his quarterback in the class. He was either number one or number two recruit in the class, 2022 class. So him not making the travel roster is kind of news, you fucking pylons. And finally, this one comes from Instagram. Normally I don't get a lot from Instagram. This comes in wake of the Manchester United defeat at the hands of Liverpool.
That you'll also get into.
That I will talk about also in a short period of time. This is on some sports page that I follow, and I just replied to this as this loss is embarrassing. Something somewhere needs to change. That was my reply. In comes a man by
very, very true statement.
in comes a man who his Instagram username is Footy Fanboy.
I see.
You're an American. You're not a real fan. Your opinions don't count.
There it is.
Yikes.
Because I was at work and I was bored, I decided to indulge this individual, which I shouldn't have done.
Mm-hmm.
Because you just don't indulge these fucking morons.
Unless that's the reasoning behind it, just literally like, I'm pretty bored. I want to have somebody say some stupid stuff.
And I replied to this man. I was like, I've been to 3 separate Manchester United games. Sure, they were all here in America, but I've been to 3. How many have you been to? Footy Fanboy comes back and replies, well, those games don't count because they weren't Premier League games.
God.
Here are some of the games I have been to, real quick. Real Madrid, PSG, and then the MLS All-Star team, which that one, yeah. Meh. The other 2 were, and Liverpool, so there's actually 4, because they played Liverpool a few years back in the the preseason League of Champions or Intercontinental Championship or whatever the fuck they called it.
You went to that game at Michigan Stadium, didn't you?
That was the Real Madrid game.
Yeah.
When, side note, every single woman's panties in the stadium probably dropped when Ronaldo walked onto the field.
I mean, it happens.
I don't doubt it.
Just
we
gotta throw that out there. The high-pitched screeches are still ingrained into my brain, unfortunately.
Oh no.
So this individual says, well, those don't count because they weren't here in Europe. And I replied to him, well, how many have you been to? His answer, 0. Because they're too expensive it's too hard to get tickets. Or expensive, or whatever the fuck he said. So it's like, this is the final one. I didn't get a reply back from him on this one. I replied to him, I was like, so you're saying I've been to more games than you have, but I'm not the real fan.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I don't understand. It's back to the whole gatekeeping thing. Like, you would think that, Europeans would want their sport to grow more, but apparently that's not the case. Because I've never had Chelsea fans say that to me, but last year when West Ham was 1 point above Chelsea in the tables, in the midst of
check the tables.
Yeah.
Actually, hold on before you finish it. How did that end up? I believe Chelsea ended up higher in the tables?
Oh yeah. Yep, I think West Ham fell back to like 6th, and Chelsea was 3rd or 4th.
Yeah.
They were ahead, and it was very early in the season as well. It was like this time, almost. It was like last November, December somewhere. And
look at the tables. That was a running gag for a while.
Check the tables. And then when I was like, okay, you guys have played one more game than us. I guess if you win some games, I suppose it kind of makes sense. You're higher up in the tables if you played more games. And then that wasn't a thing because I'm American and I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, like there are just some.
Even though I've been a Chelsea fan since I was like 11.
I would say I've been a United fan and a soccer fan for a very, 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 very long time. That's just kind of comes with part of the territory of where I grew up in Florida.
UEFA Champions League football 2006 on the PlayStation 2. That's what did it.
So that is Stupid People Say Stupid Things for the day. All of those people who we talked about are
loser.
On to the news where, well, I had hoped the news was going to be rant-free. In fact, up until a couple days ago, our podcast note said, the news, hopefully rant-free edition. Well, oops.
I mean, The sports world is just imploding in among itself. It feels like I don't know what's going on anymore.
We'll start with the first one here. In a story that, and I know I said this about balls. Who did I say about this earlier this year?
Last week?
No, like beginning of the season. A story I said wouldn't die.
Deshaun Watson?
No. Balls. Fake school.
Bishop Sycamore.
Bishop Sycamore.
Oh,
Thank you.
yeah.
The school name just left my brain for a minute. I said this about Bishop Sycamore after they had been on the show three weeks running. We are now 3 weeks running with this story, and a story that very well might not die because it just doesn't want to stop.
We ain't even feel like we haven't even scratched the surface on how deep this is gonna go.
The Washington football team / kind of Mark Davis and the whole story that started with John Gruden sending hateful emails is back in the news. Last week, Congress, as in the United States Congress, wanted all of the findings from the NFL's investigation into the Washington football team to be released. Well, Roger Goodell announced that none of those documents or emails will be released to protect those who came forward. Shockingly, or well, not so shockingly in my opinion, not shocking at all actually, Mark Davis said he still wants a full report from the NFL. He said this about 30 minutes after the news broke that Roger Goodell wasn't going to release any information about it because Mark Davis believes he was wronged by the NFL.
Yeah, he just doesn't know when to take the L.
Yeah,
but that's not shocking from the kid of the just win baby guy.
yeah.
So he's not used to losing. He should be.
He needs to roll over and just stop. Like,
oh, Mark. Yeah.
And fuck Dan Snyder.
I was a little bit surprised that they weren't going to release a little bit more of it or all of it.
Like, they're not releasing anything.
Yeah, that's gonna be a thing. And again, I don't think we're anywhere near the end of that story. So we'll see what happens with it.
I don't want to take this next one, but
oh god. So announced a couple days ago, the Chicago Blackhawks were fined $2 million. And their team president resigned amid allegations of how the team mishandled a sexual assault, multiple from the sounds of it.
Yeah, multiple sexual assaults or sexual harassment cases.
Yeah.
All sorts of nasty shit.
Former video coach Brad Aldrich, a anonymous former Blackhawks player, told The Athletic that every guy on the team knew about what was going on. And I know Joel Quenneville, who is with the Florida Panthers these days, he was going to meet with Commissioner Bettman before their game tonight. People want him punished in that whole situation, head coach overseeing all that. It's messy. We don't know a whole lot about it yet. But like I said, the sports world is just continuously imploding on itself. And if we could have a podcast 1 week sometime soon that doesn't feature something like this,
that would be glorious. And just to throw a little bit more onto this story, a couple of Blackhawks players, I don't remember any names, but I did see this, a couple people saying that it was time for Bowman to go. Their GM / team president saying it was time for him to go. And well, yeah.
I feel like the reasons they wanted him to go are probably not very relevant when there's stuff like this happening.
Yeah. Moving on. Washington Wizards player Montrezl Harrell got a technical foul, and which I believe led to a $2,000 fine. Also,
oh god,
for a engaging in a verbal exchange with Drake.
yeah.
And I believe the season opener for the Toronto Raptors and the Wizards and Raptors season opener.
I had not seen this until last night, and good lord,
I want to just real quick before
what we're doing now.
And real quick, from what first of all, anyone who isn't really in the know with basketball, Drake is apparently a massive Toronto Raptors fan, has courtside seats to every home game.
Fan.
Yeah.
Except when he's a Laker fan or a Celtics fan.
Yeah.
Or really whoever's doing all right at the time.
Yeah.
Drake's a sucker for free jerseys, man.
Yeah, he is. Apparently has courtside tickets to every Raptors home game. And
yes, that is
true. Montrez, I have no idea.
Montrezl Harrell.
Yeah, I would say, what's with the L on the end of that?
I don't know.
Montrezl Harrell said that
silent L.
Him and Drake were just laughing and having a conversation.
Yeah, I believe it. I mean,
said it wasn't something as serious as what the refs believed it to be.
Yeah, I don't understand what we're doing with this. Like it looked so like there's no reason to call a foul and fine a guy for stuff like that. It's just stupid. And let me know when you're done with the Montrezl Harrell bit, because I do want to get into what this reminded me of that happened this last week.
I was just going to lead into that, but go ahead, take us away for this second portion of the story.
So the main part that was put in the notes by Austin was about Montrezl Harrell, but when I was reading over the notes, I couldn't help but equate this to one of the worst penalty calls I have ever seen in any sport ever. Iowa State wide receiver Xavier Hutchinson was called for taunting on his way into the end zone in Iowa State's 24-21 win over Oklahoma State. Get to that game in a second.
As much as I don't want to.
I would rather not as well. That was a rough one. Vegas knew more than that. But he turned around a little bit. He looked behind him, which is a natural thing to do on the football field. Check and see if there's anybody there. Did about half of a high step, and that was it. And the rest,
I wouldn't even call it a half of one.
I don't even. It was the most awkward looking high step I've ever seen. This flag resulted in that touchdown being taken off the board before, in the ultimate form of justice and karma and everything that's right in the world, Hutchinson would score again.
Yeah.
So thank
like
God
2 plays
for that.
later.
Yeah. It was same drive. Yeah. I have no idea. If you've listened to the radio broadcast from Iowa State on that one, it's just like they couldn't believe it. It's literally, I can't think of a more egregious call in terms of like taunting or personal fouls or anything like that. Like this is getting out of hand.
I've gotten called for worse, but in both high school and college. So
who wants this? Like who wants? You can't be happy about making a play at all. I thought we were over this. I like it when the NFL loosened their celebration restrictions and the stupid excessive celebration penalties that used to be so rampant in college football have kind of died down a little bit. And now we're doing this again. It's like, I don't know why nobody wants this. I don't think anyway. Why would anybody want that?
Old people want it.
Oh God, it's the worst thing I've ever seen.
I've gotten called for way worse in both high school and college ball. So yeah,
doing things worse or more egregious calls.
Doing things way worse than what Xavier Hutchinson did. Significantly worse.
What happens when people cross the turbo, Yoda?
So this is like some things that, yeah. I mean, fuck, I got called for so many unsportsmanlike conducts and taunting calls in high school, my junior year of high school, that I got a letter from the state of Michigan, which is still somewhere sitting in my drawer next to me.
Is everything okay? Good God. All right.
The state of Michigan, hey, you need to stop this.
Probably. Anything else on that? Anybody?
No.
Before Austin goes into rant mode.
I honestly can't even rant about this game anymore. I'm just so over this one now. Just ready to move on to Tottenham, hopefully. Other than, like, there is some stuff I do want to say, because obviously I did mention this and stupid people say stupid things. Manchester United lost 5-0 to Liverpool at home. First off, that is their worst loss to Liverpool in club history. It is the second worst defeat Manchester United has suffered in modern history, or at least by modern history, I mean Premier League history. The worst being 6-1 to Manchester City. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer has to be out after this, right?
I would think so.
You have a team with as much talent. You have Paul Pogba. You have Ronaldo. You have David De Gea, who hasn't been playing. As did you just say Fred? Did I just hear Fred?
Yeah, maybe. Oh boy. There goes whatever alcohol was left. All gone now.
You have David De Gea, who hasn't been playing as great, admittedly. Oh my God.
The Fred mention just puts you over the top, eh?
Bruno Fernandes.
Oh God.
Nemanja Matic. You have Marcus Rashford, who's good.
Matic is still there.
Yep. Anthony Martial, who's good. Ronaldo, who I believe I already mentioned. Juan Mata, who didn't sniff the pitch this game.
He's still there?
Yeah.
Dear God, I feel like he played for Chelsea fucking 15 years ago.
He played for Manchester United. His first year was that year I went down to Ann Arbor to watch them play Real back in 14.
Same with Nemanja Matic.
Yep.
Jesus, he has been gone from fucking Chelsea for a long time. Yeah,
I could keep going on with this roster.
Too much talent to have something like that happen. That was brutal.
And Liverpool has Mohamed Salah.
Yeah, and he was the big problem.
Yeah,
his hat trick in the game. So
a hat trick in I believe 17 game minutes. He had goals in the 41st, 43rd, and then
yeah, they happened pretty quick.
Like the 53rd,
something like that.
Yeah. This is the problem, and I said in stupid people saying stupid things, or at least what had led me to getting this guy and that individual and stupid people saying stupid things. Something needs to change, and it, in my opinion, has to be the manager. It has to be the gaffer, because
Solskjaer's gotta go.
Solskjaer's gotta go. This is why they've been constantly underperforming since he's been named manager post Jose Mourinho.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
And this is the problem with hiring a club legend. Solskjaer, phenomenal player and club legend when he was a player with the team. As a manager, though, he is a
Loser.
and this loss is just a disgrace.
Yeah, I told you when that game was going on, and I said that's the problem with hiring legends of the team to be coaches or general managers, like in the case of Joe Dumars with the Pistons.
Yeah.
And I mean, Steve Eisman's the only one that breaks that trend. And, you know, with Chelsea, you hired Frank Lampard, who had one managerial job before taking over one of the biggest clubs in the world, and it didn't work. And you are in that terrible situation where you don't want to fire the guy, like, especially like Lampard, even more so. Like, he's like Mount Rushmore of Chelsea players.
Yeah.
And you gotta fire him because you got a team, and Chelsea proved they had the team going on, winning the whole goddamn Champions League and everything. But it's like it gets to the point where something's gotta. If it ain't working, it ain't working. And
it's not working for United right now.
It ain't working for
I
Man
think
United.
if
so
they struggle,
maybe you guys will get rid of Solskjaer and find your own Thomas Tuchel.
Fuck.
I bet you wouldn't complain about that, would you?
Give me. I want Ryan Giggs back. He was a phenomenal interim manager between Van Gaal between David Moyes and Van Gaal. He was phenomenal.
Oh man, I forget about all the fucking weird managers you guys have had. David Moyes, fucking, you got Solskjaer now. I forget about Ryan Giggs though.
He was only interim manager for like a month, essentially. Yeah. Moving on to F1, I'll take this piece of news so Jordan can talk about a NASCAR race that happened in the United States of America that wasn't at the Circuit of the Americas.
I won't talk about it much. It's probably just going to be more so a preview of the point standings looking forward towards Martinsville.
Okay, bingo. Max Verstappen wins the U.S. Grand Prix, beating Lewis by, I believe...
Don't want to win the Grand Prix.
Yeah.
No.
Beating Lewis by 1.1 seconds, I believe, is what the final tally was.
That sounds about right.
1.1, 1.2, somewhere around there. Max doubles his championship lead. However, the slightly bigger news, Mick Schumacher made an influence in the wrong way in the race by being
not getting out of the goddamn way.
By being in the way for the entirety of sectors 2 and 3 on the second to last lap. Schumacher was, I believe, about to go 2 laps down, or he went 2 laps down when Max and Lewis passed him.
Easily, at least 2.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, both Haas cars were about to get lapped literally 10 laps into the race.
So it's definitely more than 2 then.
It might be 2. I don't know.
I can find out real quick.
The race, I from someone who watched this, it's so nice as an American Formula One fan to not have to be up at 5 a.m. to watch a race. So I'll always look forward to the United States Grand Prix. It's so good. And this race did not.
How many laps was the race?
56.
Well, ESPN's just kind of like busted.
There's a shock.
Because ESPN says Mick Schumacher was 56 laps behind.
Well, that is definitely not the case.
That's why when you said that, I was like, wait a minute, something doesn't sound right here.
Race was 56 laps long, but no, race was absolutely phenomenal. Just seeing the strategies of both Red Bull and Mercedes play out, and Red Bull pulled the undercut off on Mercedes and Lewis Hamilton twice, and you just see Hamilton kind of clawing back up there, and then that second after Verstappen's second stop, he had problems with lap traffic that whole last stint. Like there was, and
I went back and watched it, and ugh.
Like there
There's
was like a
blue
train
flags
of
for
like
a fucking reason.
3 or 4 cars that were kind of getting in his way, and that one doesn't bother me as much because those guys were racing for position. Mick Schumacher's not doing a goddamn thing.
Yeah,
Like he
was
has
alone.
no reason. He has no reason to be in that picture whatsoever. And I thought it was going to cost Max the race because he had about a 1.3 second lead over Lewis before he caught Mick, and he just barely kept that 1 second gap needed to not give Lewis DRS, and in turn somehow was able to get DRS for himself. But yeah, I thought as soon as that gap was closed, and I thought for certain Lewis was going to get DRS, and we were going to have a race on our hands. But I think I thought Max was probably going to win anyway, because like I said, I mean, the gap was like 1.3 seconds.
My thing, Lewis was just gouging that gap, and then because it was much bigger with 7 laps to go than 1.3, and
yeah, he was getting really close, and
Max deserved to win.
Yeah, he was right on the cusp of that 1 second threshold a lot. And then with about 3 or 4 laps to go, Max started to kind of pull a gap a little bit again. I think the freshness on Lewis's tires were starting to go away, and the tires were a lot more equal than how they were. And I mean, I'm sure Lewis burned through his stuff just to even get up there. But I mean, he was 9 seconds back after that second stop.
Yes.
So
like
he had to fucking boogie. But yeah, no, I can't fucking just get out of the way, Mick.
Like
goddamn Haas.
I have not been critical of Mick Schumacher at all this year. I think he's done extremely well in a machine that is terrible.
In a car that would probably get out raced by a Toyota Prius, yes.
Like
that's fucking.
But he was just
that Russian dollar is really helping out Haas a lot, isn't it?
And he was just in the worst place at the worst time. Does Lewis win? I don't know, but I think it's still questionable. But I think it would have definitely, had Max not been able to get that DRS for himself, having to, because he was able to pass Mick Schumacher at the literal perfect time.
Yeah.
Just because Schumacher was in the way for so fucking long.
And to that, I'll say this: it's like, yeah, the DRS helped Max get that gap bigger again, but it just got him back, but Mick cost him anyway. So,
like,
that's why I think Max had it anyway.
I don't think so. I don't know if Lewis would have been able to 100% clear him. I think it would have been way closer than 1.1 though.
Maybe.
And
we'll
again, it just comes back to the blue flags are a thing for a reason. I don't get.
I mean, drivers were ignoring them all day. I really didn't understand.
And that's why I don't get NASCAR. I don't understand why so many NASCAR fans hate blue flags, and why, like, I don't, as, like, even when I watch, whether it's IndyCar, Formula 1, anything, I fucking hate watching the leaders have to try and negotiate lap traffic.
They are a much bigger deal in F1. In NASCAR, you usually have multiple lanes, multiple grooves where you can pass. They're not really necessary. So for F1, I mean, when you only have a couple spots on the track where you can even think about passing, that's when they're necessary. I don't ever want them. I don't ever want them in NASCAR.
I still don't understand why. Like, it's only a matter of time, in my opinion. I think it's only, and it may have even happened. I don't know enough. I don't watch enough NASCAR or know enough about NASCAR history. It's only a matter of time before you get a leader having to try and negotiate lap traffic, and then it causes a wreck and takes and removes that leader from the race and ends their race.
It's happened plenty.
And
it's happened plenty where slow lap cars. And another thing about how you just can't really do blue flags in NASCAR.
I will
look,
say yes. You can't. It's hard to do them.
We're going to Martinsville next week. It's a quarter-mile long. Like, where do you expect them to go? You might as well just tell them to park the car.
Yeah, that like there are instances
no room
where
to just pull over. They'd be pulling over for the rest of the race.
Yeah, there are instances where it can't, like Martinsville, it can't happen. But there are certain instances where it's like, okay, so I just don't like it. I want to see the leaders battle it out. I don't want to see the leaders have to. I want to see the top 5. Oh well, we're driving past lap traffic. We have to slow down.
And the last thing I'll say about this is that, like, it's affected multiple races this year, and it's part of the NASCAR strategy almost in a way these days. Like, you got your teammate leading a race, you got a guy right on your ass in second. I'm having a bad day. Shit, I'm gonna help my teammate win and get in the fucking way.
And I'm not a fan of that.
I mean, NASCAR has that. F1 has its politics. You know, Valtteri, it's James, and all that. So
yeah,
none of them are perfect.
Moving on, Jordan, talk about NASCAR because NASCAR. I did not watch it.
I will be honest. I didn't watch it live. I watched it after the fact. I sound like a broken record. Kyle Larson wins again. 9th win of the year. Becomes the first driver to win 3 straight races twice in a season since 1987 when Dale Earnhardt did it. So, I mean, Kyle Larson's the favorite for the championship right now. I don't have a live odds or anything, but last I checked, he was like plus 250, which is insane. Honestly, should be minus at this point. He might be. I don't know.
I'll check.
But we're heading into the second to last race of the year at Martinsville this weekend. And so Kyle Larson's already through. Second and third place are pretty much locks on who's going to make it to the championship for in Phoenix. Chase Elliott's got 34 points to work with. Denny Hamlin's got 32. They literally need to wreck out, essentially, not to make it. But then that 4th spot is where things get interesting. So you have Kyle Busch, Ryan Blaney, Martin Truex Jr., and Brad Keselowski all within 6 points of each other. And, of course, any one of those guys win, they're in. Points don't matter. It's going to be wild how that shakes out. And then Joey Logano, the last in the points of the drivers that are currently able to win the championship, is 26 points back. He basically needs a win or to have all 4 ahead of him wreck like 10 laps in, which is just not really all that probable. So must-win situation essentially for Joey Logano. But Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin, they're fairly solid on making it to the championship 4, and that'll be an interesting race to watch.
Doesn't have any odds up for the NASCAR champion.
I know BetMGM does, but we'll just cover it on the backdoor cover on Friday. But yeah, that's really it. Martinsville's always a fun race. If you like racing at all, tune into that one. Does that phone race this weekend? I don't think they do.
I think they have the weekend off before they head to Mexico.
I like that race.
Race schedule. Let's see.
So yeah, that's all.
Yeah, they have the weekend off before they head to Mexico. Okay, finally to end the news. File this piece under dumb and hilariously comical.
I didn't even see this. What the hell is this?
I saw this like midday this afternoon.
Good Lord.
PSG midfielder and former Manchester United midfielder Ander Herrera says he was robbed yesterday by a prostitute who just entered into his running car, while he was at a red light and stole his wallet, both his wallet and his phone.
Well. Oh no.
Like
that's a story.
Yep. I saw this this is around 12:30, 1 o'clock, and it's like, what the fuck? He was driving through somewhere in some area in Paris, and yeah, that happened.
Hey, lock the doors, man.
Yeah, don't let prostitutes into your car.
Yeah, I mean,
That's it. That's the news.
really, really quickly, did you see that video that I shared on Facebook of that Amazon delivery truck that someone's just like filming it, and then all of a sudden the back door opens and this very skanky looking woman gets out of the back. Fucking delivery driver just shuts the door, like, later, see ya.
Oh my, no, I haven't, but that's awesome.
In the back of the fucking delivery truck.
Jesus.
Man, to return those packages, man, I don't want them.
Yeah, nope. No, thank you.
Who knows what's going on there? I don't want nothing to do with that. Also about that video, a bird disappeared.
Birds aren't real.
They are not.
Moving on to week 8 of the college football season. The week 8 recap. Kaleb, at any point, if you have anything you want to just mention as we fly through these, go ahead and throw your input in here too. You were welcome to.
Alrighty.
Number 2, Cincinnati took on the Navy midshipmen. The final score was 27-20. I was wrong about this. I thought Cincinnati was going to boat race the Navy midshipmen.
It was always Navy, man. Way too many points. That spread was 27.5 on Saturday. Way too many points to give to a Navy team that I think they threw the ball 15 times all game.
Yep.
Which is high for Navy. But they had to try something to keep pace with Cincinnati. Way closer than I know a lot of people expected, but I didn't see.
Did had a lead
Cincinnati.
at one point.
They
did, like a 2-score lead at one point.
Cincinnati didn't have a shot in hell of covering. It was always the Navy midshipmen.
Moving on, the number 3 Oklahoma Sooners eked out a win against Kansas.
Holy fuck, this game!
I covered this on this. I talked about this game on my Twitch stream Saturday night. I absolutely hate that what Kaleb Williams did, just ripping the ball out of his running back's hands on 4th and 2. I hate it. That shouldn't be a rule. The running back was stopped and pushed backwards 5 yards before Kaleb Williams even ripped the ball out of the running back's hands. There was no... I saw someone say, well, it was a handoff. There was no handoff about it.
No handoff.
No whatsoever.
No chance of a handoff. Kaleb Williams was like, this is my ball now, bitch.
Funniest part about this game is Kansas has the halftime lead, and they send out an email to their entire student body that says, hey, show up to the game, free admission. Like they were trying to pack the house, trying to pull off that upset. Wild scenes. I can't say I didn't expect something like that from Kansas. Definitely not a football school. But
Kansas team that didn't win for like 2 years or something like that.
Yeah, Kansas stinks, but I think Oklahoma stinks as well.
Oklahoma's going to lose at least twice, I think.
Their day's coming, and
I
don't know when it is yet, but they are not going undefeated this year.
As much shit as I gave Spencer Rattler, it's not him. It's not just him.
It's Oklahoma, man. I was on the train of like, hey, I want nothing to do with Spencer Rattler, because even with his struggles, people still talk about him entering the draft, and I don't know why he'd do that, but
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't want him if I was a team that needed a quarterback, but
I don't want him now. Give me him next year if he goes somewhere else and succeeds.
Yeah, it wasn't him.
It was not him. I think Oklahoma's just broken.
Yeah. Number 4, Alabama played a team that sucks at football, the Tennessee Volunteers. Tennessee did not throw anything. Tennessee's fans that were in Tuscaloosa did not throw anything at Alabama, which is probably a good thing for them.
Moral victory for the Vols, man.
Tennessee hung with Alabama until the 4th quarter, and then got their dick stomped in. Final score 52-24. Not much to say here.
No,
Joe
not
Milton's
really.
still bad.
Joe Milton.
Jesus
He didn't even
Christ.
play. He got benched 2 weeks ago after losing to
Wait.
Ole Miss.
Really?
He didn't play.
Oh well.
He
Good.
still is
should.
bad.
He still
He
sucks.
should, after running out of bounds on a 4th down, instead of throwing it to the end zone when you're like,
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
know if they were in the red zone or if they were like, 20, 22, 23-yard line. I mean, Joe Milton sucks and his arm sucks, but god damn it, you can get the ball there, and it's better than running out of bounds
So-
after your fans just delayed the game a half hour by throwing shit on the field because you guys were going to lose.
I had
That's what you do.
one of the guys who's a member out at the golf course I work at is he's in his 40s. He is a Tennessee Volunteers alum.
Why?
He's from Tennessee.
I don't care.
But
Why?
yes, still. And he came out to golf on Sunday in that awful weather, and he looked at me and said, "Yep, I understand why Michigan didn't want Joe Milton. He's fucking terrible."
I could have told you that 3 games into last season.
That's
He has
I
one
could not
touchdown
believe-
pass.
I could not believe that he got an SEC team. I know not a great SEC team, but I cannot believe an SEC team wanted Joe Milton after what they saw last year. Maybe it was just they thought Harbaugh is more of a goof than he actually is, even though he is a goof.
he's a
But-
big goof.
He's a goof, but I don't know if they didn't trust it and they were just like, because we thought Joe Milton was going to be good too,
Okay.
especially after he beat out Dylan McCaffrey for the starting job, and then Dylan McCaffrey transferred, and he's been shit since. So
Dylan McCaffrey transferred to Division III North Colorado State Tech.
I mean, to play for his dad, I get that one.
Yeah. We're
he probably had a better offers, but I mean,
starting to see
That is-
some predictions for the
that is
Michigan
the
State
goat
Michigan game rolling in here in chat. So far,
Oh,
Twitch
no.
chat's is split.
we'll get to in the Michigan State preview, and I am gonna have to check this when we get to it because I do have a small betting preview for it. I
Of
have
course we do.
the amount of the public bet on certain things in this game where the people are at with this. I checked this at like 5 p.m, so it's probably changed a little bit. Lines might have changed, so we'll get to that when we get to it.
Moving on, number 5, Ohio State scored a metric fuck ton against Indiana. I don't know why Indiana even took the field in the second half, other than the fact that for whatever reason, the Indiana Hoosiers believe they are a massive rival to the Ohio State Buckeyes, even though Indiana hasn't beaten Ohio State since 1983.
I don't know why I kept this game on after halftime.
The final score was 7, by the way, for Indiana, 54-7. The only thing I have to say about this game is Indiana sucks. I watched all of this game.
Dead.
Indiana played 4 different quarterbacks.
I watched all of this game, unfortunately, as well, and Indiana is dead. I don't know what happened last year. Maybe they're a COVID team. I don't know. That just really loved playing in front of nobody.
Michael Penix
Why?
Jr. is still he hasn't played since Iowa
Well, but he wasn't phenomenal even when he was in the game.
against Iowa.
Even when he wasn't hurt. So
Yeah.
I don't know what to make of Indiana. I like Tom Allen as a coach. I think he's done good stuff with Indiana, but that was one of the worst efforts I've seen out of a team in quite some time. They once they fell down,
they didn't get up.
They just felt it. Yeah, there was no getting up and biting kneecaps off Dan Campbell style here. Indiana's dead. They
Indiana
are
fell
dead.
down and stayed in the fetal position and let Ohio State score 30 in the second quarter alone.
I will say though, remember in weeks past I've said, man, I feel like every Ohio State game is like 56-3 or something. I was almost right. 54-7.
I am gonna say one other thing about Ohio State real quick, and I'll talk about this more in the picks. Ohio State could score like 50 every game this year, the rest of this year.
Yeah, it's a possibility. I mean, the
Ugh.
defense of Michigan at this moment in time, and I know every single time we're decent, it kind of feels that way. That we have a decent defense. We're like, oh, we can kind of slow down Ohio State, and then it never happens. Right now, defense is pretty good, so we'll see when we get there. But
Are they
I don't know.
number one in the country?
No, they're not. They're not Georgia. I will say they are number 2 in scoring defense to Georgia.
I mean, that's a start because Ohio State has the number 1 offense in literally every category except for one.
Yeah, I won't be turning that game on.
Ryan Day doesn't call off the dogs till like 2 minutes to go, man.
He just score more. Moving on.
Jim Harbaugh, if Michigan's up big when the fourth quarter starts, it's like, all right, let's just kind of coast in. Don't want to show them up. Ryan Day does not give a fuck.
I think the biggest thing with Ohio State throws their backups in, their third string guys in, and they just keep scoring too. It's like there is no.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can actually tell them to stop scoring. I think they don't know how to.
Probably not.
Moving on. Number 6, Michigan played the nerds from Northwestern. Northwestern made it close. In fact, it screwed up Jordan's lock of the week from backdoor cover early on in the day.
Yeah, it sure fucking did. I had Michigan first half minus 13.5 in my lock of the week. I thought that was a given, but Michigan came out very slow in this one. At halftime, this game was close.
10-7.
I was really worried. Yeah, 10-7 at half. Mistakes. I mean, Northwestern shouldn't even scored. Like, we had their offense outside of one play.
Oh, I also talked. I talked about that game on my stream on Saturday night too. I talked about that one play.
That one play was their entire offense. They never threatened to score again, and that sucks. A shutout would have been real nice, but
not much else to say about this game other than at least for me. I mean,
I'll sum it up real quick. I mean, like I said, slow start. Nice to see the second half. The offense isn't totally dead. And it wasn't really dead in the first half either. We just didn't capitalize on getting the ball down into the red zone, things like that, and we're fucking things up. Rough one in the first half, but
I'll say this. I'll save one piece about Michigan's offense. The one little thing I have to say about the Michigan State preview, I'll save for, at least on Michigan's offense, I'll save for that. For me, the biggest thing that first half, it looked like old Jim Harbaugh, where he's just, let's do something stupid and see if it works. Let's have Cade McNamara. Let's have Cade McNamara throw the ball 40 yards down the field 3 plays in a row.
Yeah, that was the first drive of the game, right?
Second.
And yeah, I don't know.
Bust a run for 30 yards and then arm punt, arm punt, arm punt.
Something. I mean, Cade hasn't had any chances, really. Jim hasn't given him any chances to throw the ball deep, and I mean, rightfully so.
I would say the one Michigan's receiver had to turn into a defensive back.
Yeah, it's Cade's not a deep ball quarterback. He's just not.
Moving on.
Anything on that one, Caleb?
No, Northwestern's just ass.
Massive ass confirmed.
Yes. Moving on. Number 7 Penn State.
I forgot.
In a game that I loved. The defenses did not want to lose this game. The offenses didn't want to win. Number 7 Penn State played at home. Hosted the Illinois Fighting Illini. It went to 9.
Worst team in the Big Ten.
9 overtimes. 9 overtimes. College football record. The Illinois Fighting Illini in a game that saw former Rutgers quarterback Art Sikowski break his hand in a gruesome way, or break his arm in a gruesome way. Terrible injury. Prayers to him. Hopefully he has a good recovery. Saw Brandon Peters come in, though. who was
Not about
ass at Michigan. Brandon Peters comes in.
He actually wasn't too bad at Michigan. He was he was a worse version of Cade McNamara, just game manager type, you know?
He
Like,
embarrassed my team in front of me. I don't want to talk about him.
Brandon Peters.
Oops,
No,
yeah.
he had to transfer because he was never going to see playing time behind Shea Patterson.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Brandon Peters, even though he did not, he won the game. It was Illinois' defense that won it, 20-18 in 9 overtimes. Penn State is busted. Illinois is bad. James Franklin's quit on the team, but we'll talk about that later.
I just have to say, like, thoughts and prayers to fucking over bettors in this game,
Ugh.
because if you had the over
At
and
45.
you see this game, yeah, and it goes to 9 overtimes, you're like, holy fuck, I'm in, and it didn't happen. I feel so bad. I was not gonna touch anything about this game, and I don't really bet over unders very often either. But
I was right about this game. Illinois, I figured Illinois was gonna cover because Penn State's ass.
I don't even remember who I picked. I
Penn
feel like
State.
I probably. Why did I do that?
Because Illinois' ass.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and the worst part about it is that the big red dog, Sean Clifford, played.
Yeah.
Like that we thought that was what was wrong with Penn State.
Nope.
And then they go do this
At home.
I believe.
I loved this game.
I couldn't believe what I was watching. I know you did. The overtime rule is not for me. I do not like 2-point conversions to settle a game. It's like I don't like shootouts to an NHL game.
No, I didn't like the rule. I just loved like the defenses. That entire 7 periods, those defenses did not. They left everything out there. The offenses left.
Dismay of the betters of the over. Yes.
The offenses left a lot to be desired.
Yeah.
Like,
Jesus.
That was some of the worst offensive play calling I've ever seen.
Is to be expected for Illinois, not so much for Penn State, and they I don't know what this game was. My brain doesn't know how to process it.
I loved it. I loved going out. Like, the only way I would have loved this more is if a defensive score would have ended it.
My lasting impression of this game is going to be, I don't remember when it was in the game when Illinois lined up with no wide receivers, fucking 4 tight ends.
Basically everybody but the running back on the line of scrimmage. Yep.
Yeah. And, my only complaint about that play wasn't a fullback.
Oh, yeah. No, like, this game, first off, I'm going to say, even though I loved this game just because I, again, loved seeing the defenses just leave everything out there. And let me rephrase, I loved the overtime period because, again, defensive guy, I loved seeing the defenses leave everything out there. This game set college football back like 50 years.
Oh, that's generous. I said Saturday when it happened, it set it back 100 years. Like,
that could be more accurate.
I don't know what I just watched.
Number 8, Oklahoma State.
Can we just skip this one?
Number 8, Oklahoma State lost to Iowa State 24-20. I am upset about this because, well, Mike Gundy is not a man. He is over 40, but he might not be a man anymore.
How the fuck?
All I'm going to say,
what did Vegas know that we didn't?
Apparently that Mike Gundy was going to run a screen on 4th and 3 when Iowa State had 9 of their 11 guys in the tackle box, in the box.
I didn't understand why Oklahoma State was a dog this weekend.
A big dog, like a plus 240, a touchdown underdog. Like, yeah.
I don't remember if it was that much. I thought it was like 3.5 or something like that. I don't know. You'd have to go back and look, but I don't know. I don't get it. I thought Oklahoma State was going to be easy pickings.
Especially because Iowa State was dead in the water.
Yeah, Iowa State has been dead since week 2. And then they come out and do this. College football makes no sense.
Yeah. Number 10, Oregon played UCLA, and Oregon makes no sense.
Yeah, they don't.
If I was I wouldn't want Kayvon Thibodeau on my team because he's a fucking thug, and he's just he's gonna rack up fucking unsportsmanlike conducts or personal fouls just worse than Ndamukong Suh did it for a time.
Well, that's funny you mentioned, because that was going to be my comparison, because, there's a decent chance with, the scout grade that he currently has and how highly touted he is that he could go number 1 overall, where the Lions might very well be. And, man, I don't know if I can pass it up, though. I know I know we might just be Ndamukong Suh 2.0, but I mean, I don't know.
Kayvon Thibodeau's sample size is very small because he missed out on Ohio State. He's played these undersized Pac-12 schools, and I think this game against UCLA was his first full game this season too.
Might have been. I don't know.
Oregon beat UCLA 34-31. It existed.
Don't know what Oregon is. No idea.
Number 12, Ole Miss, Matt Corral. On a day they were honoring retiring Peyton Manning's jersey or some
Eli Manning.
Eli Manning, yeah. Peyton Manning had to wear an Ole Miss jersey on Monday night. Yeah, oops.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Retiring Eli Manning's jersey, Ole Miss beat LSU 31-17. LSU's dead in the water, which is why Ed Ogeron is part of the reason why Ed Ogeron might be getting punted out of there.
Yeah, I'm still on the Matt Corral hype train. I see him ranked like 21st in a lot of mock drafts lately, like 21st best prospect and everything. He's around there when the Lions get to that Rams pick, depending on where that falls. I don't want him number 1 overall or top 5 or anything like that. No. You can get him late in that first round, though. Hey,
I'll take it.
I like him.
Number 13, Ole Miss played USC in a game that was never really close. Notre Dame won. Notre Dame won 31-16. USC is just not.
I was very wrong about this one. I didn't trust Notre Dame, but I shouldn't have trusted USC. I didn't trust USC, but I shouldn't have put any faith in them whatsoever.
In a game I was wrong about.
Oh, fuck. I don't want it.
Number 14.
My dreams are dead.
Number 14, Coastal Carolina lost to Appalachian State 30-27. Anytime Jordan even hears Appalachian State, he goes into trauma flashbacks.
No, I've said this before. We had our revenge game against App State. Shouldn't have ever needed one, but we got it.
I was say the fact that that Michigan needed to have a revenge game is just sad.
That's a brutal one. Never gonna be able to live that one down. But no, I'm really upset about this one because I really liked Coastal Carolina. I had said I would take them versus any spread you threw at me, and I was right every time that I did it up until this week. And that's all I have to say about that. We'll see Appalachian State later in the picks in a really interesting matchup that I don't even know if you caught on to, Austin, but we'll see them and another team later.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I saw it, and yeah. I had to go think about it, though, first for a second. Number 17, Texas A&M. We talked about them earlier in Stupid People Say Stupid Things. Played South Carolina. The Gamecocks suck dick. The Gamecocks suck cock.
Irrelevant.
Funny how that worked out. Texas A&M score. Texas A&M won by 30. Score was 44-14.
What the fuck? Is this next score a typo?
No, that's a real score.
Holy
Oh,
fuck.
yeah.
Yeah, this was a game.
Jesus Christ.
Number 16, Wake Forest out of the ass conference. Needed 70 points to beat Army. Final score is 70 to, well, they technically only needed 57 to beat Army, but they scored 70 in beating Army. Score was 70-56.
Was there a punt in this game?
I honestly don't know. I'd have to go back.
Be.
When asked about the game after the game, all Wake Forest coach said was, "Whoa."
That's what I'm saying. The hell is that?
Yeah.
Jesus, 70 points in fucking week 8. Who the hell would have thought? Oh, boys, we got breaking news. Breaking news. Oh, no. J.J. Watt is likely done for the year. Undergoing surgery on his injured shoulder. Man, fucking news just broke that he was out for this week, like, today.
It's getting time. Like, it's starting to get to that point with J.J. Watt that he might have to start thinking about calling it a career. He hasn't played a full season in like 4 years.
Didn't he play a full one last year?
I don't
and we
think
just
so.
forgot, and we just forgot because the Texans were hot ass.
I don't think so. But I could be wrong.
Whatever.
I could very well be wrong on that. I'd have to look, but
Holy fucking points though.
yeah.
I wonder what the total in that game.
Phew.
Definitely not 126.
Yeah, I would say not 126. Moving on. In a game that who the fuck cares about this game?
Oh boy.
Because it was in the ASS conference. I mean, the ACC conference.
You know.
Number 18, North Carolina State, who is massive ass. Are we going to be waiting here all day for this, Jordan?
Yep.
Okay.
Confirmed.
There we go. Played Miami, who is apparently less massive ass, or at least in this case. Miami won 31-30. But again, who the fuck cares about this game?
Fucking ACC.
Ugh.
There's a reason this has become the ass conference on this podcast. Because the ACC is ass. We have Twitter clips to prove it. Of actually Miami players, no less.
Oh, yeah.
Moving on. SMU scored a lot of points and beat Tulane 55-26.
Yay.
Yep, yay. Number 22, San Diego State.
Those two teams might have a combined 12 fans on them.
Right. And 11 of them are SMU fans, probably.
Probably.
And they're all probably were alive during the 70s and 80s when SMU was like good before they got the death penalty. Number 22, San Diego State played Air Force in a game that I didn't even know was on until I was looking through scores on Sunday. San Diego State won 20-14.
I did not know this game was a thing. I don't know who wanted this game.
I was saying, and you were the one who even made the podcast notes and you didn't know it existed.
No, yeah, I put this in. I did. I wrote that. I typed that with my fingers, and did not. I forgot about it. I had no idea it existed.
Yeah,
say that about the last two games.
This game probably existed only because
4 or 5.
Because Mountain West Conference. I'd say that's probably the only reason it existed. Another ass conference game. I at least care about this one because eat it, Dabo. The number 23 Pitt Panthers beat Clemson 27-17. DJ Uiagalelei threw a 50-yard interception that was returned for a touchdown on a shovel pass.
Oh yeah, that was a pretty bad one.
It was glorious. I loved it.
That was
eat it, Dabo.
That was worse. That was worse than fucking Patrick Mahomes' pick a couple weeks ago.
Worse than Carson Wentz's interception, which no matter what
Carson Wentz's, I'll give him a pass. The ball slipped.
Still, no matter what you tell me, that was an interception, not a fumble.
Yeah.
I don't understand how the NFL ruled that a fumble, but they did. But whatever.
I don't know, but I'm sure Carson Wentz will take it.
Right. Moving on. Once again, eat it, Dabo. Fuck, I hate.
By the way, actually, no, I'll save that for the picks.
Clemson is ass.
Ass, yeah.
Fitting because they're in the ass conference. Number 24, UTSA scored 45 in a rout of Louisiana Tech. Louisiana Tech scored 16. This game existed.
Hey, UTSA hanging in there with the rankings here.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
I feel like
And-
yeah.
Do you have anything to add in there, Caleb?
I just feel like if you don't know college sports, this is a game where you look at it and you go, "Who's playing?" And
Yeah, that is true. Oh,
Yeah. You kind of forget UTSA exists.
and that they're a Division I team now.
Yeah.
And finally,
And yeah, this game.
number 25, Purdue perdured. Jordan and I were wrong about this. We thought it'd take Purdue a little longer to perdure.
I didn't think the Purdue would happen so fast.
right off of a big win.
Against a Wisconsin offense that
is Purdue.
cannot do anything right.
This Wisconsin
I don't
offense
know.
has defined Purdue.
They've been the ones Purduing, but Purdue, tough sentence to get out of my mouth, but yeah.
This final score was
Fucking hell, Purdue.
final score
I
was
had
30 to
faith.
Purdue. And by Purdue I mean 13. Purdue sucks, apparently. Wisconsin sucks.
Jesus. This Big Ten's getting worse by the week.
Yeah. And finally, the final. Caleb, do you have anything to add to Purdue and Wisconsin?
the Big Ten is just weird.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, I agree. Finally, the final AP top 25 rankings that anyone will fucking care about because the AP sucks. My college football rankings are even better, even though I didn't do them this past week. The college football playoff rankings will be coming out next week, which is why the AP will become, irrelevant for another 50 weeks. Well, no, 40.
Till about,
August.
September 1st through the 2nd, or 1st through the 7th, about next year.
Yeah, till about August.
Oh, that's a lie. College basketball.
Pants.
Shit.
Georgia stays at number 1. Cincinnati stays at 2. Alabama moves up to 3. Oklahoma drops to 4. Ohio State and Michigan stay at 5 and 6 respectively. Oregon jumps up to 7. Michigan State goes up to 8. Iowa jumps up to 9. Ole Miss jumps up to 10. Notre Dame is at 11 now. Kentucky is at 12. Wake Forest is at 13. Texas A&M is at 14, which is a crime that they're below Wake Forest. Oklahoma State drops down 7 to 15. Baylor jumps up to 16. Pitt jumps up to 17. Auburn jumps up to 18. SMU 7-0 jumps up to 19. 20th, ranked number 20th now. The Penn State Nittany Lions, after, they had the biggest drop of the weekend. They dropped 13 spots.
How the fuck are they still ranked?
I don't know.
Jesus.
Because they actually haven't beaten anyone other than Wisconsin. Anyone relevant.
No, and they're dead.
And they're dead. 7-0 San Diego State is 21st. Iowa State jumps into the rankings again to 22. UTSA jumps to 23. Coastal Carolina drops 4 spots to 24, and BYU slots in after
Back
being
into the top 25 again.
Go Cougs.
BYU, man.
BYU.
It's them and Texas and now Iowa State, who are just trying to set a record for most times dropping in and out of the top 25 in one season.
Yeah.
Texas has been in and out twice.
BYU has been
State's
out. Has been in twice.
BYU has been in twice, out once, yep. And Iowa State, I think this is their first time back in.
Yeah.
I think. Could be wrong.
Yes.
That was all the rankings?
Yep.
All right. We have a World Series score update for you guys. Have any of you seen this yet?
No.
Not.
Bottom 7 of Game 2 of the World Series. Astros are up 7-2. Series is gonna be tied there.
7 to what?
7-2.
Okay. Ugh.
Not looking good. Braves Braves with the loss of Charlie Morton.
What a performance by Charlie Morton yesterday, though.
Dude is incredible. Fucking striking out guys with broken bone in his leg.
Moving
Incredible.
on to the NFL.
Oh, jeez.
Ugh.
Yeah.
There were so few good games this week.
Yeah.
Like, I'm looking through these now, and it's just like, even the games that were close and could have been entertaining, it's just like the teams are shit. So,
Yeah.
like, goddamn.
The Cleveland Browns beat the Denver Broncos 17-14.
That was a game.
Big-
Case Keenum, fucking.
Big news for the Browns is that Baker Mayfield could be out even longer than what they had originally expected.
Yeah, he's already been ruled out this week, so not looking good for Cleveland. And I mean, it just kind of gets teams like Pittsburgh back in that division, you know?
Yeah.
Like Baltimore had their thing that we'll get into momentarily. And
Like right now after this.
yeah, and you know, the Bengals, you still don't you fully trust in the Bengals. I trust more in your team than you do. But
Yeah. I don't know why
hard,
you do.
Hard to say.
This-
Browns fucking sneaked out a win, but I mean the Denver Broncos are really bad, and they got off to that 3-0 start, and it was the most fraudulent thing ever because what, they beat the Jets, Jags, and Texans.
Yes, and yes.
So like they are putrid, and it was just kind of hidden from us for a little bit. But if you can't beat a Cleveland Browns team with Case Keenum in there,
and then whoever their running back was, who had himself a day, might I add,
the guy that had sent, hey, can you look at my highlight film messages to every team in the Alliance of American Football when that was still around.
Yeah.
Like,
got cut by the Saints practice squad. Good story. I can't remember the guy's name. It was
something Johnson or something.
Yeah, it was like DeAndre Johnson or something like that.
Deontay Johnson?
Or Deontay Johnson.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Something like that.
But over 100 yards.
Had himself like, a day.
Damn. That was cool. If anything good came out of this game, which there wasn't much, that would be it.
Yeah. Moving on, the Cincinnati Bengals in a game that confused the fuck out of me. Other than the fact the only reason it was like this is because Joe Burrow threw for almost 500. The Bengals beat the Baltimore Ravens 41-17. The Bengals can't keep this up because they have no running game.
But do you need a running game when Joe Burrow's tossing for over almost 500 yards and Jamar Chase is looking like the clear rookie of the year?
Yes, because I don't think they can keep this up.
I don't know, man. We'll see.
Well,
and it's not like they don't have guys that can run. Like, Joe Mixon's not dead, is he?
No. Zach Taylor just refuses to run the ball.
I don't know, but right now it's working, so...
Like, they'll beat the
see
Jets.
How long it works.
And this... Unless they beat the Browns in 3 weeks, I think it is. Because I think they have a bye week after they play the Jets. Until they beat the Browns, I think this win is still meaningless. If they can beat the Browns, this win actually means something.
All right.
Because
I mean, I'm just saying, you did call Baltimore the best team in the AFC or in the NFL?
AFC. I could be wrong about that now. I think the Titans might actually be the best team in the AFC now.
Titans, and even though the Titans did beat the Bills, that was because
I think the Bills are number 2 at this point. Bills are clear 2.
I still put the Bills up top because they should have won that game had they not just been stupid and went for the win instead of playing for overtime. But yeah, I believe in the Bengals. I did not think I'd be saying this 7 weeks ago. I
won't believe in this Bengals team until they actually, like, right now. Yeah, they have more wins this year than they did last year, but this year is
well, yeah,
they had 4 wins last year. this Bengals team is it's last year's, it's the same team, at least in terms of results. They got 2 upset wins last year, one over Pittsburgh, who was 13-1 going into that game, or 12-1, something like that, and one loss.
They were very fraudulent though.
And then they beat the Titans last year the Bengals had 2 unexplainable wins last year, because the win against Pittsburgh, they had their COVID quarterback because Joe Burrow was.
Yeah, that's right.
Joe Burrow was gone for the year, and then their two backups to him were, one was injured and one had COVID, so that win was unexplainable. Like, this is the same Bengals team. They beat the bad teams. The Bengals beat bad teams last year. They beat the 2 bad teams they played, in the Texans and the Jags. This year, they beat the Vikings, who aren't a great team. They beat the Jags, who are a bad team. They beat the Lions, who are a bad team.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And then they lost to the Bears. Huh?
That one, I don't know.
Huh?
I can't explain. I will never be able to explain.
And they lost to the Bears in a game that Andy Dalton left early because he got hurt, and Andy Dalton was playing terrible. Andy Dalton was like 5 for 17 when he left the game. 5 for terrible. And then
I know you love yourself some Andy Dalton.
Justin Fields entered the game against the Bengals and was like 6 for terrible. Like, I don't know how the Bengals lost that game.
No clue.
The Bengals look terrible against the Jags. They're just this year's team, the last year's team right now, until they show me something.
I don't know. I think they just did show you something.
They have no ball control. Like, this Ravens game I think is one of those unexplainable wins right now.
Could be.
Moving on to a team that isn't very unexplainable. The Green Bay Packers beat the Washington football team 24-10. Should have been 24-17, but NFL rules are dumb and took Taylor Heineke's touchdown away.
Yeah, I believe in the football team, man. They've just had a brutal schedule. I don't think they're as bad as their record shows. I mean, you got fucking Kansas City and Green Bay back to back. Like, goddamn,
that's rough.
What are you supposed to do? I hate to do it because I don't want to root for anything involving Dan Snyder, but I do like the football team.
I think Ron Rivera has this team in a good spot. Could have this team in a good spot eventually.
Riverboat Ron.
I don't know. They're an interesting team. The Packers, Aaron Rodgers is good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
understatement of the century, but yeah. That
I forgot to change the scenes.
Oh, we're still on college, eh?
Yep.
Brett Bielema's still on our screen.
Unfortunately. There, that's changed. Moving on.
Thankfully. Oh, wow. Who the fuck cares about this game?
The Atlanta Falcons beat the Miami Dolphins 30-28. I didn't watch this game. I don't know what happened here.
I don't know. Both teams stink.
Essentially.
Falcons stunk a little bit less.
Fair enough. I like that.
Tua is, a man that plays football.
I think the Falcons got a little bit of like a gift after blowing so many games last year. Maybe that was like their one and only gift of the year.
Maybe. I don't know.
They get here, take this, guys. Take the team. Take this. You're playing the team that just lost to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Here you go.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Ouch. Hey. Moving on to a team that really sucks.
Holy shit.
With a quarterback that really sucks.
Who is dead now.
Quarterback is now dead. Traded for Joe
Flacco. He's back.
Joe Flacco's back. The New York Jets.
We gotta restart the conversation. Is Joe Flacco elite?
You can't spell elite with any of the letters. Well, you can use one letter from the name Joe to spell elite, and it's the E.
Yeah. I mean, you're onto something there, I think.
No, I'm not.
I just remember that was a real conversation that was really had after they won the Super Bowl.
After he was carried by Ray Lewis and friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Ed Reed, I think Ed Reed was still there.
Yeah. The New York
Reed, boy.
Jets suck. The New England Patriots scored 54 and beat the Jets.
Looks like a college score.
It may as well be.
Like,
oh my god.
Good God.
50.
I had Patriots -7 was in my lock of the week.
They covered.
And that was never in doubt. The only leg of my lock to hit.
Yeah.
But, you know.
The New York Jets scored 13. They're terrible. They're awful. They might be.
Now they're going to be even worse.
The Jets are never going to cover. Like they might not cover ever in the ever in the future of that New York Jets football team. They may never cover ever again.
They're not in Kansas City territory of awful records against the spread yet, though.
I just don't know if they'll ever.
They stink. They're a terrible team, but they get a lot of points sometimes, and every now and then they pull off a little miracle for you.
Like they definitely. I don't think they'll cover it all this year. Like the only time the Jets have covered this year is a game that they an inexplainable win against the Titans.
They'll cover when we don't expect them to cover.
Yeah, fitting.
This fucking game.
The Carolina Panthers, they scored 3 points.
This game was 5-3 at halftime.
Yes, it was.
What is that?
Like, what is that score?
Awful football. The New York Giants scored more than 3. They scored 25. This game sucked.
Man.
This game sucked.
Panthers can confirm, not good.
Massive ass.
Sam Darnold was fooling everybody
He's
the
still
first
seeing
3
ghosts.
weeks. Yeah. I mean, he was in MetLife again.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this Panthers, it was a nice run, Carolina, but a whole 3 weeks. But it's never again, man.
They hurt my fantasy, that's for sure.
There was nothing Carolina
DJ
Panthers.
Moore got nothing.
Nothing Carolina Panthers related was ever going to touch my fantasy team.
Yeah.
Moving on. The Kansas City Chiefs also scored only 3 points. The Tennessee Titans scored 27. Derrick Henry is the best player in the NFL this year. He threw a touchdown pass.
Patrick Mahomes couldn't even do that.
Yeah,
that is actually true.
Patrick Mahomes got temporarily murdered in this game, but he's apparently good to go. Although for KC, I don't really know if it matters. I mean, they got the Giants this week, so
they're a broken team right now.
They'll be fine.
Yeah.
This week. I don't know about overall. I mean, I do have faith in Andy Reid, but it's just I thought it was just the defense and how bad they are, especially, defending the pass. Like, who would have thought that there was going to be a game this year that the Kansas City Chiefs are only going to score 3 points? Nobody.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. They don't know. Nobody knows.
People say it's their O-line that's the problem.
That was the problem like last year. I don't really think
I don't think it's the problem.
I don't think it's a problem either. I mean, I know Kelsey a little bit banged up. Mahomes banged up now. Tyreek Hill,
Yeah.
They can't stay healthy. But
no.
I just don't know right now. They're a team I do know about.
If they don't crush the Giants, though, we got big problems.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
A team I do know a thing or two about, and the only two things I know about them are they suck and they suck. The Philadelphia Eagles lost to the Las Vegas Raiders 33-22. The Raiders.
John Gruden was holding them back, man. I think they got it. They got a little team there.
Yeah, the Raiders have something.
And I mean, that division's kind of wide open now without Kansas City being, a big threat. Chargers still probably win it, but Raiders might give them a little run for their money. Who knows?
Yeah. could possibly happen. A team that might not give a lot of teams a run for their money this year.
Hey, we have given some teams a run for their money this year.
The Detroit Lions lost only by 9 to the Los Angeles Rams. Final score was 28-19. All I'm going to say real quick, I don't know where Detroit goes from here. They showed their hand. They threw everything at the Rams and they still couldn't win. I think the Lions will win at least one game. I very well think it could be this week against the Eagles because the Eagles are terrible.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know where the Lions can go from here. They threw literally everything in they threw the whole playbook at the Rams essentially.
And then some, I think.
Yeah.
Sure did. I mean, who calls 2 fake punts in one game?
Yeah.
And an onside kick in the first quarter. Like,
Dan Campbell's crazy ass.
Dan Campbell is a maniac, and I love it.
Like,
And
I just don't know where that team goes from here because
I mean, this year, not a whole lot, a lot of places you can go. You know, win a game or two, and,
right?
Yeah,
right. So
they threw the literal they threw the playbook, and they threw the medical tent. They threw everything on the sideline at the Rams, and they still couldn't win. I don't know where they go from here. They're gonna win
Fair
a
enough,
game, but it's just.
I mean, for a bad team like Detroit, it should take stuff like that to put you in a position to be in a game like this, and they were for quite some time.
Jared Goff, I will say, Jared Goff
interception.
Jared Goff played all right until that interception, and then Jalen Ramsey's just that great.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think a lot of other corners are making that play, but
Jalen Ramsey is the best in the nation.
No, that was Jamal Adams.
I have a lot of visual proof to say Jamal Adams is not that. You want to know a team that definitely is not the best in the nation, though?
Oh, boy.
The Houston Texans.
Houston dumpster fire.
They scored 5 points. Which, it's more than the Panthers and the Chiefs and the Chicago Bears, who we'll talk about in a minute. But they still lost by double digits to the Arizona Cardinals.
A lot of teams laying duds this week. I mean, we all expected the Texans to do something like this. But, hey, they outscored their previous 2 games combined. So
I think they needed just a safety to outscore their previous 2 games combined.
That is correct. They scored 3 points the last 2 games. Outscored 71-3.
Oof.
Yeah, that's bad. Texans are bad. Chicago Bears lost to the Tampa Bay Fighting Tom Brady 38-3. Notable thing, Tom Brady threw a 600th career touchdown pass. Mike Evans tried giving it to a fan. There was negotiations to get. He did not try. He did give it to a fan. There was negotiations. The fan eventually gave the ball back to Tom Brady.
2 helmets, signed jerseys, season tickets for the rest of this year and next.
Pair of cleats.
Pair of cleats. Tom Brady gave him a Bitcoin, which is worth like $62,000.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people are saying, man, that fan got screwed on the whole deal. Like,
no.
Fucking no.
No.
He was given a football. I mean, come on.
Yeah, he was given a signed game football, by the way, too. They did replace that football.
Oh, $1,000 at the team store.
Yeah. And here's
you think about all the gear you can get for $1,000. And
here's the thing. Jordan, you remember back in 2019 when you and I went to that Tigers game, Albert Pujols hit his 3,000th career RBI?
Yeah, yep, and the fan didn't want to give that ball back, yeah.
Because he was saying he could, I could sell this for a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the problem with that. You have to authenticate it.
Yeah.
For it to actually be worth it.
Which becomes a problem. They could just tell you that they're not going to authenticate it.
Yeah. Like, it's distinctly possible had this fan once he walked out of the stadium, like, it's distinct, like, the ball is supposedly worth $500,000. It's
Yeah, I
probably
saw one place estimated at like $600,000.
Like, according to Tom, he has it still. It'll be on its way to Canton at some point.
I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
Like, it's distinctly possible that while that fan was in the stadium with that ball, yeah, it was worth $500,000. But the second he walked out of Raymond James Stadium, it would have dropped to $2.21.
Essentially.
I don't know about that, but yeah, it would have. Without the authentication, it's a rough deal.
Moving on to the Sunday night football game. This game existed in a monsoon.
Oh God.
Jordan and I watched this game. It was rain. There was rain.
A lot of it.
There was no. All of those hats that were worn are still are ruined forever.
Fucking new era pieces of beauty, and they got soaked.
There was
R.I.P. to those hats.
There was a fan who was in a swimming cap and goggles.
Best part of that shot was the lady next to him staring right into the camera like, what have I gotten myself into?
Why am I here? The Indianapolis Colts went to Levi Stadium to play the San Francisco 49ers. I won money on this game. The Indianapolis...
I didn't touch this game.
I don't know why I did, but I did. Jonathan Taylor is a bowling ball. I don't know why the Indianapolis Colts offensive game plan should be Jonathan Taylor. Give him the ball.
Agreed.
Yeah.
He's the second best running back in the NFL. Maybe third because Alvin Kamara.
Just take Tennessee's strategy, turn Carson Wentz into Ryan Tannehill, and just make that your plan. I think the Colts will win a lot of games if that's the way they do things.
Yeah. The Colts won 30-18. The San Francisco 49ers are broken.
Yeah, banged up. I mean, they're without George Kittle right now, which hurts a lot. He's their most important player by far. So not having him and needing more out of your wide receivers is not the best thing. Even though you got guys like Deebo Samuel and other guys on that team, but no. 49ers are screwed in that division, that NFC West division. Way too much talent with Cardinals and the Rams going on out there to have anything right happen for them. So we'll see what happens for the trade deadline here. I think at the end of the week.
Yeah.
If the 49ers make any sort of moves.
Yeah, and another team in the NFC West that's dead in the water. Fitting because this game was also played in a monsoon.
Yes, it was. A lot of rain games.
Especially out west this past week. The New Orleans Saints went to Seattle to play the Seahawks. Seahawks lost 13-10 on Monday Night Football. Without
a very boring game, and thank God for Monday Night Manning.
Yeah. Apparently, according to Peyton Manning, Jeff Saturday liked getting his ass slapped. We learned things about what was going on at that Colts facility.
Direct quote from Marshawn Lynch. Yo, what the fuck?
Tom Brady called me dumb.
Well, put Marshawn Lynch on every single Monday Night Manning broadcast we can.
I want Marshawn Lynch all the time.
Oh my God. Took three shots of Hennessy before he got on. I took one for Big Bro. I took one for Little Bro.
I loved it.
God damn it, I love Marshawn.
Also, I do want to say,
who hates Marshawn Lynch?
Is
there anybody on this planet other than Pete Carroll?
Pete Carroll.
Yeah, I was saying.
Yeah.
Also, other than the jab that backwards hat wearing, tequila drinking Florida Tom Brady took at me and every other defensive football player in the history of ever. I am starting to like this Tom Brady. He's become a much more enjoyable person. And just the appearance that you're a Michigan homer. Just no.
No. Let me explain. I was a Tom Brady guy. As a kid watching football, my Lions always stunk, and I'm watching playoff games, and I started to, I was always a Lions fan. I always will be, unfortunately. But it was always nice to get to the playoffs time of year and have a favorite. And it was the Patriots and Tom Brady before I even knew he went to Michigan.
Okay, whatever. You're just a fan of one of the most average college players in the history of college football.
Yeah, we didn't quite have a lot of faith in Tom Brady when he was here in Michigan.
That was honestly the best part about this game, because the game itself wasn't really good.
No.
Like, everything ESPN has going on with Monday Night Football with the Mannings, Monday Night Mannings, great. Having Marshawn Lynch and Tom Brady, two guys who were Marshawn Lynch extremely tight-lipped with the media. Marshawn Lynch is excuse me, famously even come out and said he hates the fucking media, and he just shows that he would show up to media appearances just so he wouldn't get fined by the NFL.
He was just a dude talking to two bros about football. That's all this was.
And then
that's Marshawn Lynch in his element.
And Tom, like I said, I've been extremely indifferent to Tom Brady. I don't hate Tom Brady. Because I just don't. I don't think there's a point in hating him. He's not really an individually bad person. He's not really worth hating, in my opinion. I do think this version of Tom Brady down in Tampa, where he's not a robot, is great, and I love him. I love it.
Hey,
other than the fact that he once again comes out and takes a shot at me and every other defensive player ever and says we're dumb.
Well,
again,
different perspectives.
Final score of that game: New Orleans Saints 13, Seattle Seahawks 10. It was boring. Time for the Michigan State at Michigan State preview, a game for a Lumberjack trophy.
Yes.
Yeah, battle for the Paul Bunyan Trophy.
I've lived in Michigan for 12 years, and I still don't really get the whole Paul Bunyan thing. But
I don't know. Ask the governor of Michigan back in like the 1950s.
I don't. Yeah,
he's the one that did it.
I'm not even talking about the Paul Bunyan Trophy, just Paul Bunyan as a whole. I don't get it, but.
Oh, right. Like we got that big old metal statue just out north of town from us of Paul Bunyan for literally no reason. And
south of town in Osneek.
Yeah.
And then one here.
Everywhere.
Oh, yeah. No, that's south. I'm all.
Yeah. It's the one in Osneek, and then the one here in Alpena at the college.
Oh, yeah, at the college. Well, I mean,
That's not really ACC Paul Bunyan. That's just a lumberjack, but.
ACC lumberjack, shout out.
It's supposed to be I'm going to change scenes. Jordan, Caleb, I'm going to let you guys run with this for a minute while I get up and get some water.
All right. So what I'll do here is just kind of read off these previews I've done for each bit of this game, each kind of facet of the game and things to watch, and then open it up for discussion and interpretation. So we'll touch on the running game first, because that is always a key to this game. In fact, 45 of the last 51 meetings between these two teams have been decided by the team who rushes for more yards. Now, last year, MSU did not do that. So, who the hell knows? But this year, they do have the nation's leading rusher in Kenneth Walker III, averaging 142.4 yards per game, 997 total on the year, which somehow ranks second nationally. I don't know how that's even possible. How do you average more per game and then somehow aren't the leading rusher in yardage in the country? I don't know. Team-wide for the Michigan State Spartans, the running game is ranked 32nd nationally, because really with MSU, it is Kenneth Walker. Like, who is your backup running back? Is there a guy that gets any other time?
Jordan Simmons gets a few carries a game, and that's a big maybe. Like, that's if Kenneth Walker is getting his ankle taped up or is just needing a break.
Fair enough. In terms of rushing defense, MSU is 31st nationally, Jesus Christ. And they allow 121 yards per game on the ground. Meanwhile, for Michigan, they have two guys who run the ball very well. Blake Corum, who has 729 yards on the year, 104.1 yards per game, and Hassan Haskins, 602 yards on the season, averaging 86 flat per game, which ranks them 5th nationally in team-wide rushing game. 253.3 yards per game as a total they average. You'll see a little bit, maybe, of Donovan Edwards, but after he fumbled last week against Northwestern, I don't really know if I want any bit of him in this game.
Sure.
Rushing defense for Michigan, 24th in the country, allowing 116.6 yards per game. So I have watched a lot of Michigan State football, and more than I ever thought I would this year. And Kenneth Walker's a dude.
He is.
He is unbelievable. He had one game. Who kind of stopped him a little bit? Held him under 100 yards.
Nebraska.
That's right. That pesky little team.
Yes.
I mean, yeah. So, I mean, we'll see with this. Both teams are going to be running the ball. I have a feeling like in this one, like for Michigan especially, I mean, it is their offense. We'll get to passing in a second, but yeah, it's going to be a running sort of game. Maybe.
Agreed.
We'll see.
Yeah.
For the passing game, as I've written it down here, Michigan has passing game questions, and that's so very true. I mean, Cade McNamara has proven that he's nothing more than the prototypical game manager style quarterback. He just doesn't make mistakes, but he doesn't do anything that's really all that impressive. He's like a better version of Jared Goff, in a way, because it's just simple checkdowns when he does, complete some passes. Other than that, really can't do anything. Like Austin mentioned earlier, the 3 straight plays Michigan called on the second drive against Northwestern, where we had Cade McNamara throwing deep for whatever reason, and they were all really bad.
Yeah.
It's just what Cade does. So he just doesn't turn the ball over. That's why he's in the game. 1,115 yards on the season, a 63% completion percentage, 1 interception. He only has 1 career interception, by the way, and that came against Nebraska, and a 137.1 QBR. The thing for the Michigan passing game that who the hell knows if it's going to be a factor or not is going to be J.J. McCarthy. Whether or not he's going to be the trick up Jim Harbaugh's sleeve, who knows? He throws the ball so much better than Cade McNamara, and it isn't even close. Like, he's stronger arm, more accurate. He had this play against Northwestern that wound up not counting. That was so unbelievably insane. Like Johnny Manziel or like Russell Wilson-esque, just like pulling something out of nothing, scrambling backwards. He was like 20 yards behind the line of scrimmage and then found a dude downfield. And then the only reason that play didn't count was because of some bullshit blindside block or whatever. It was an absolute beautiful play. So JJ has been used mainly in like play action and option run packages. He's run the football quite a bit and usually quite successfully. So he will see playing time in this game. We'll see how he gets used. It's gonna be tricky, and nobody knows but Jim right now. For your Michigan State
which is
Spartans,
a scary thought.
Yes. For your Michigan State Spartans, they do have a passing game, and it's definitely not a bad one by any means. Pretty solid. Peyton Thorne, who kind of came out of nowhere. You guys had brought in a transfer that was supposed to start, and then he didn't, and then Peyton Thorne has started, and he's been pretty good.
Oh yeah.
I don't even remember that dude's name, but Peyton Thorne.
That Anthony Russo, who just
That guy, yes.
who just got arrested for a DUI or something. So
Jesus Christ.
I want to point this out on the graphic just to stop
Peyton
this.
Thorne, 1,701 yards on the year, 61.2% completion percentage, 4 picks, and a QBR of 162. I mean, both QBRs, even for Cade McNamara with his 137.1. I mean, that's
very good.
Fairly good. You tell me your confidence level in Peyton Thorne, since Kenneth Walker is the main focal point of the MSU offense. It feels like, anyway. Like, are you like on a scale of 1 to 10, like confidence level with Peyton Thorne?
It kind of depends on how the game's going, because I don't know. Sometimes I think it comes down to play call more, but I'll give him like a solid 8 out of 10. And that's like that's a confident 8 out of 10, because from what I noticed at the Nebraska game, I was there, I saw it. He threw the ball at a man who was sitting on the ground, but who had wide open receivers down the field, threw the ball to the sideline to a man who was sitting on the ground, falling off his route.
You know, I'm going to stop you for 1 second, Caleb.
Okay.
At least he did not throw the ball at a lineman's belly.
Jesus Christ, Jared Goff.
That is true.
I forgot to slip
that. Yeah, we should have talked about that. That was one of the most boneheaded things I've ever seen.
I forgot to slip that in there on the NFL recap because I was trying to fly through it. But continue with Peyton Thorne.
Poor Hal Vaitai didn't know what to do. Like, he was like, do I catch this? Do I drop this? I'm an offensive lineman. This isn't really a situation I should really be in right now.
I would have caught it and ran with it and just hoped no one noticed.
This dude weighs 300 pounds. You're gonna notice.
Good point. Sorry to interrupt you, Caleb,
but no, I trust Peyton Thorne both through the air and on the ground. I think he's kind of underrated when it comes to like his mobility. I mean, he doesn't. That's actually very true. I don't think he runs the ball as much as he probably should or could. I'd like to see them run the option sometimes, just throw teams off, because we kind of run the same stuff. And I think that's just Mel Tucker's thing. If we're going to hit you with something, it's going to be what we know. And if you stop it, you stop it. You don't kind of deal.
Yeah, that sounds about accurate. Austin, any shots you want to get in on Cade McNamara while we're here?
Have you talked about the running game? Are we just...
Yep, we've been there.
Okay. So
if you weren't here for that, so if you want to touch on anything with the running game for either team, go for it.
Kenneth Walker's good. I'm gonna say that much. I don't think there really needs to be anything else said about that. Michigan's run game is solid. Harbaugh just needs to stop being. I want to point this out on the graphic. The man who I think is a perpetual goofball is on my screen right below me, right next to my talking head.
Yep.
Only shot I have on Cade McNamara is game manager. He's good. He's a good game manager, but throwing the ball, he just don't throw the fucking ball. The fact that Harbaugh is so blindly loyal to Cade McNamara when JJ McCarthy, on paper, just off of what we saw from high school, is a better,
and what we've seen in limited throws on the year. Like, you look at highlight reel throws that we've had all year. They're all JJ.
Yeah.
Outside of the flea flicker that Cade threw.
Like, the
flea flicker still not a Michigan State play, by the way. I don't know where that ever came.
No, not a Michigan State play.
Yeah.
We just run it a lot.
Like,
you guys have run one since then as well.
Yeah.
Like, all I gotta say on Cade McNamara's throwing ability is, you go back to the second drive of the game against Northwestern. They broke a 30-yard run off of a touchback punt. Broke a 30-yard run the first play, and then it was essentially 3-and-out because old Jimmy had Cade McNamara arm punt, arm punt, arm punt.
Yeah,
I don't get it. That leads to my second thing about Mel Tucker these past couple weeks has made some questionable decisions. Jim Harbaugh makes a lot of questionable decisions at points. It's gonna be a game of which coach manages the game better.
Decisions.
Yeah, I mean, in a game that is expected to be so tight, like silly mistakes and silly just coaching goofs, like you can't have them. Pat McAfee can't have it, can't win with it.
I think both of them are good
Like-
coaches. There have been some times where Rutgers, again, both of them against Rutgers, both of them against Nebraska. You sit there, you're watching like, what's going on here?
Nebraska, I get because they're like sneaky good until they shoot themselves in the foot. Mainly Adrian
Martinez,
Yeah,
who might die against Ohio State just in the same place that his brother died.
Mm-hmm.
Poor
I
man.
think Martinez cost his team both times against both Michigan schools.
God, yeah.
I saw it in person.
Yeah.
Against Michigan State. That pick, definitely his fault. Like, terrible throw.
I don't remember the exact message I sent Austin when he threw that pick against MSU. It's just like, well, there it goes.
Adrian Martinez is Adrian Martinez.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That's what I said after he, cost his team a chance at beating Michigan. Nebraska makes no sense to me.
And my final point, Michigan's red zone offense is not good.
No, we settled for more field goals than I'd like.
I would say the red zone percentage is deceiving because the red zone percentage is like 93%. The red zone touchdown percentage.
We get a lot of field goals.
The red zone touchdown percentage is 51. There is only 3 teams worse in the Big Ten at scoring touchdowns in the red zone.
Yeah, have to be better at that. Can't be settling for field goals.
Michigan, I was gonna save that part for the picks, but since the opportunity presented itself right there, like Michigan, you can't win games scoring field goals, especially a game like this that, in theory, on paper, is gonna be very tight. That's it.
We will get to the kicking, but momentarily. We'll touch on the defense first, and at least for me, looking at the statistics and the ranks, I think it's a clear Michigan edge. 11th nationally in total defense. They've allowed 2,093 yards in the season, 12 touchdowns, 100 points overall, which is second to Georgia in scoring defense.
A big second, though.
I don't remember what it was. I think it was it's a massive gap in terms of Georgia and then everybody else. So
yeah, I would say Georgia's only allowed like 50 points all year.
Yeah, or 60 something. I don't remember. So 11th in scoring defense, and they allow 4.87 yards per play. Nope, that's the Michigan State bit. 4.82 yards per play for Michigan. Michigan State in total defense, however, 89th in NCAA Division I. They've allowed 2,845 yards, 14 touchdowns, 131 points, which puts them 11th for scoring defense. So I guess it's just the bend but don't break mentality for MSU or whatnot.
Very reliable on the bend don't break, and I hate it so much.
They allow 4.87 yards per play. Neither team takes the ball away. Michigan's tied for 68th with 10. MSU is tied for 38th with 12. So nothing to write home about on that.
The MSU secondary, I feel like, is so much better than they look. As bad as it is to say after watching them all year, I just think they're so much better. And I don't understand. It's just these little hitch routes over and over and over again. They don't give up very big plays. It's always just the tiny chunk yards that they cannot stop. But I don't understand it.
Michigan defense for me is, from what we've seen in the games that we played so far. I mean, I know we haven't played anybody that's really all that spectacular, but they do a good job of limiting bad bad teams opportunities whatsoever. I mean, like I said with the Northwestern game, like they should not have scored that game. They had one play go for like 70 yards and a touchdown, and then they didn't do a damn thing for the entire rest of the game. So, what does it mean? Who the hell knows? We won't know till Saturday.
So, I'm gonna, as a defense guy, a guy who knows a shit ton about defense,
Yes.
a lot. I'm gonna throw in first off. I just looked this up. Georgia's defense has allowed 46 points all year, which is absurd.
Jesus Christ.
Georgia's defense has allowed 5 touchdowns all year, which is absurd. I want to throw that in there.
Good luck to anybody beating them.
Yeah.
I just want to throw that note in there because I had to go look that up because I knew it was like around 50 because I looked it up for the Florida Georgia game this upcoming week. The Wolverines, they rank 11th nationally in total defense. They're allowing about 800 yards fewer than the Wolverine or the Spartans. So they've each played 7 games. You do the math. It's a big number. I can pull that math up right there.
Well, you break it down into seven games.
You're looking at a 100-yard difference, 112-yard difference.
Which I mean, could be significant, but it's not as bad of a look as just looking at the total numbers and being like, wow, this team's allowed 800 yards more.
Yes. The big thing that you have to look at the points per play or the points overall, which 31, that's not a significant amount. Looking at who both teams have played, and then even bigger though, they're still both giving up almost 5 yards per play.
Yeah, and those are a lot higher than anyone around them in terms of total defense, scoring defense. Yards per play is high for both of them.
Yes, they're both still giving up almost 5 yards per play, 4.82, 4.87. There's no difference there. There is other than for the mega stat trackers, there's zero difference in 4.8, 82, 87. They're still giving up almost 5 yards, so it's taking 2 plays to get a first down. At that point, it just becomes a field position battle, which we'll talk about here in a minute. The big thing, like in a game like this, neither of them create takeaways. You're looking at 10 and 12. These defenses could be good, they could be bad. It's hard to say. Yeah.
I would definitely appreciate more takeaways for sure. Like we just do a good job, I think, of stopping teams for the most part. And I know that sounds crazy with the 4.87 yards per play, but you just do a good job of just getting them off the field without allowing any points.
Yeah.
And Aiden Hutchinson is a big part of that. I was not impressed with Aiden Hutchinson last year, and this year, I mean, the dude's top 2, top 3 defensive lineman in all of college football, current projected top 5 pick. So
yeah, and
he's been phenomenal.
The other thing, you want to compare their scoring defenses. Michigan State's giving up an extra field goal,
right?
Or just over a field. It's an extra 2 safeties there.
And that's because we can't get off the field without allowing points.
Yeah,
and that's becoming a problem.
Yeah, an extra 4 points per game. It's not.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not great, but it's not bad.
Conveniently, that's the spread.
Yeah. Funny enough. So yeah, defensively, I don't really know. I think both offenses could have a field day, which I don't know.
Yeah.
Neither. I think these defenses are.
You never know in this game. I don't know why. doing the previews fun and everything, we're probably going to be wrong. We're probably going to be wrong about everything.
Like Caleb said, Michigan State's defenses or secondary could be good. They could be better, so much better than they are. It's just hard to say. I think the same thing can be said about Michigan. I think statistically,
outside of Daxton Hill, it's nothing to write home about, really.
Statistically, Michigan's defense is good. Michigan State's isn't. Michigan State's defense is statistically worse than Ohio State, which all I can say about that is Ohio State was ranked 128th out of 131 teams at one point this year. After 3 weeks. That's all I got there. It's just neither defense has looked impressive to me.
No.
I mean, yeah, for Michigan, like, they have their moments, but then they also have those games like Nebraska and
Rutgers in the second half.
Yeah, to an extent. I mean, they still only have 13 points, I think, that game.
Yeah.
So, is it that catastrophic? I suppose not. The offense was more the issue in that one. But, yeah, it's hard to say.
So, yeah.
Shall we move on to for the brand? Special teams. Yes, we are previewing kicking and punting.
I love that you threw this in here.
Because in a game like this, everything's going to be important. So MSU, in terms of their kicker, has Matt Coughlin, who's kicked more field goals than anyone in Michigan State history. Set that mark earlier this season. He is only 10 of 15 on the year, though, 66.7%. And you really can't afford missed field goals. You can't afford missed opportunities to score points at any point in this one. For Michigan, they have Jake Moody. Been very solid, 14 of 16, 87.5%. And then for punting, I know the kicking preview is not going to be too in-depth, but Bryce Behringer averages 49.2 yards a punt. Michigan's Brad Robbins, 45.5, which is kind of shocking. Robbins, I believe, was Big Ten's top punter last year. So a little bit of a downward trend there, which you never like to see. But, yeah, I mean, I think, almost 5 yards more per punt. Hey, I keep saying it. Everything matters in a game like this when it has the potential to look like it's going to be real close.
I agree.
Matt Coughlin, the ginger wonder.
Yeah, I take.
How many years has he been a Spartan now? Is
5.
this year like Jesus Christ? Feels like he's been there forever. Like who was that guy you guys had before? Michael Geiger?
Yeah.
Felt like he was there for an eternity.
Don't remind me. Don't fucking remind me.
And then fucking Matt Coughlin. And meanwhile, like, Michigan's fucking had a little bit of everybody. Quinn Nordine.
Matt
bad
Geiger.
Quinn Nordine's still on an NFL roster?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
He was on the Patriots, I know, for a while. I don't
Still
think he's
is. I thought he was.
Maybe he's a backup. I don't know. Backup kicker.
Do you have anything to say about the kicking preview, Caleb?
The only thing I have to say is take that 10 for 15 like out of the picture for me because I trust him. I think more than people do, but I trust my kicker, and I feel like you should in situations. Yeah, he hasn't been great. He's had some blocked, I think, but no, I trust this guy with my life sometimes. Like I just trust my kicker.
He kicks some big ones, like 10 of 15, but he kicks some big ones.
Yeah,
like he misses the ones that don't matter.
Yeah, pretty much.
So and similarly, I really like Jake Moody. We should have played him more when Quinn Nordine was still here. But for whatever reason, Jim Harbaugh liked his sleepover buddy and just wanted to see Quinn Nordine continue to kick ducks. So I don't know.
So
Jake Moody's solid.
In a game, and I can't believe I'm looking at the weather for this game. It's going to be.
It's important.
It is going to be phenomenal Big Ten fall football weather.
40 degrees.
50 degrees with a chance of rain all day Friday in East Lansing. Rain. They're calling for rain on Saturday morning in lead up to the game, and a chance of rain throughout the entire day. As of right now, we're a couple days out still, obviously.
That sounds like a lot of running to me.
Great fall football weather. As a defensive guy, I love this even more because it just makes games so much harder on the offense. Love it. It's gonna be a slop. Playing in the slop in general is difficult. Because if I remember correctly, Spartan Stadium is a natural grass field.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just gonna say yes, it is. So it's legit slop.
Yeah, it's mud slop. I hated playing it when I was playing ball. Offenses hated it even more. Kickers, punters hated it the most because it's just one slip and your kick's a duck. Your kick's terrible.
Yep.
Your field goal's not going in, or your punt's going 5 yards.
It'll definitely be a trench battle, that's for sure.
Yeah. And one last thing that I want to bring up before we get into the betting side of the preview is that the more I think about it, the more that I think that this is Jim Harbaugh's most important game to date. Like,
I can agree with that.
If he loses this, it's more of the same. It's
I can agree
more
with that.
of it's more of just the early season. Oh, you look like you might be good, and everything like that, and then you lay an egg, and it's gonna be. This is so important for him because all the talk on the internet is just Michigan's gonna get slaughtered. I've been seeing a lot of it.
I've seen the complete opposite as well.
Really? I have not seen a lot of people too high on Michigan, even though they're the favorite in this game, according to the books and everything.
I've seen various, like Twitch chat, and I'll just bring this up now. Twitch chat's separate. I've seen one score of Michigan 20, Michigan State 17. I've seen a Michigan State 34, Michigan 17.
It's speaking of that, I have to bring up TJ Lang's prediction for the game.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Where'd it go? Michigan 108, MSU 1.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Love TJ, but
I feel like any Ohio State player would say the same thing about the Ohio State-Michigan game.
I mean, rightfully so until we prove him wrong. But no, it's just if Harbaugh can't win this game, when is he ever going to do it?
So I'm gonna flip this around on you. Well, not really, because I agree with you. However, I've been saying that about every game this year for Harbaugh.
I mean, yeah, but that's the thing is that you have to win games like this because in situations like this against a ranked team on the road, favored or not, I mean, he's been atrocious. Like his record is like 1-9 against ranked teams on the road or something like that. It is absolutely insane. And flip it around to the MSU side. I mean, the noise around Mel Tucker, I don't think he's going anywhere. I don't think he's leaving for LSU.
No. He's leaving a program that's in a better spot for a program in LSU that is a wet fart.
Right, but I mean, you could say the same when he left Colorado and came to MSU because that was right after Mark D'Antonio retired, and he left that program. He retired at the worst possible point for them. Literally, right after the recruiting cycle and the transfer window. He screwed D'Antonio screwed MSU with the way he left out, and Mel Tucker last year, that team, nobody could have made that team good. But work the transfer portal. He's got him right where he wants him, I think. And no, I don't think he's going anywhere. But just the noise of it is an interesting thing. A lot of national noise, and a lot of this is actually more Spartan fans that I've seen upset about this with is that he took so long, because those rumors have been going on 2 weeks now. And he just now came out and said something about it and said, look, I'm not going anywhere. And a lot of people think that he didn't really help out his case with the whole thing.
So I'm going to say this. The only person the head coach has to show anything for in that scenario is his players. And I believe, and I obviously do not know Mel Tucker personally. I've never met him. I believe just even though he's made some interesting play calls.
Harbaugh-like game management at times.
At times, yes. That's a good way to put it. I believe he cares about what he does to the players. I believe he has voiced to his players, hey, I ain't going anywhere. I believe he's done that well before doing it this week. I don't think...
You'd hope so. And if he didn't, then sign that LSU deal as quickly as you can.
Well, yeah, because then at that point, if you're not doing it, you'll get to a scenario like Ed Ogeron where you do lose the players. Or I'll talk about this one in a few minutes. James Franklin, where you're in danger of losing the players. I'll talk about that more in a few minutes.
Yeah, just so for me, in terms of the head coaches, this is a game that Mel Tucker can afford to lose after what he did last year. You know, take that team, and I know Michigan was fucking terrible last year, but beat Michigan as a big ass underdog on the road. Mel Tucker can afford to lose this game. Jim Harbaugh cannot.
Fair.
If he does, you know, I've said it all year long, and we've won. Michigan's won games that I think in years past we don't win. The Nebraska
and
game,
Rutgers.
The Nebraska game, the Rutgers game. When the wheels started to fall off, this Michigan team in years past had, you know, not handled adversity well.
Hell,
whatsoever.
even the Wisconsin game too. I mean, there was never any true adversity in the Wisconsin game, but there was a point where you just kind of the Wolverines just kind of wet fart
right before halftime when Wisconsin scored to make it like a one-score game.
Hell, there was the Jim Harbaugh going for it on 4th and 2 on his side of the 50 in the first quarter out of the shotgun.
Yeah, I'll never be a fan of that, but
no, it's 4th and 2. Let's make it 4th and 8.
Yeah, I do not understand why any coach does it, and it happens every week in football. It makes no sense. So, yeah, no, that's where it is
Has
for
a
me.
Different look on the defense.
Right. Maybe. I don't know.
I mean, that's what it is. It makes the defense have to look elsewhere.
You don't need it. If you're good enough, you don't need them to look elsewhere.
No.
Just be better. But no, that's where it is for me, and that's the main storyline going in. Is that if Jim loses this game, it's now what 7 years, 8 years,
7.
How the fuck long? 7.
No, he's
0-7
against Ohio. No, he's not 0-7 because Urban Meyer was 7-0.
16, right? Was his first year? No, that doesn't make sense.
14.
Was it 2015?
14.
No,
yeah.
No way. No, because I went to a Michigan. No, it was 15. Because I went to a Michigan game in 14.
Yeah, 15. You're right.
That was the tail end of the Brady Hoke era.
15.
But yeah, so no, you can't lose it. You just cannot. If you do, you ain't ever gonna. You might as well go back to the NFL, go do something else, because I mean they ain't gonna fire him. They'll never fire him. Would have done that after last year.
I've said for a while that his seat is one of the hottest in college football, or at least I believe it should be.
But it's not. It can't be. He has more influence in that athletic department than our AD Ward Manuel.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same thing with Ohio State, except they're not afraid to fire coaches over at Ohio State.
Right, and Michigan's not afraid to fire coaches, but I think they're afraid to fire Jim.
But yeah, because he's a Michigan man.
Yeah, I will never like that term. Even less now than I ever did before. But I really hate it.
Let's get on to the betting preview.
Yeah, let's get into the betting preview here. So I have a
Before I
couple.
rant about the Michigan man and that awfulness.
Oh God, what does it mean? Now we know, and it's not good. We'll get into the predictive analytic of ESPN FPI, Football Power Index, that has Michigan at 56%, MSU at 44%. Slight edge for Michigan on that one. And I'm going to introduce one to you that I introduced to you last night. Caleb, I'm sure, has never heard of it.
I had never heard of this, and I like this.
This has been something that these last couple of weeks that I've been looking at and really liking. And it's from somebody on Twitter called I Test Analytics. And the more I look at their stuff and the more it, weeks go on and it continues to make sense, I like it even more. I Test Analytics has Michigan with a 73.53 rating. That's out of 100. That's good for 5th in the country. I don't necessarily agree with Michigan State being this low. At a 63.38, good for 30th. I think that's a little low.
I'd have to look at how they do their algorithm to decide that.
If you have any questions about it, and if anyone's interested in I Test Analytics, I believe it's iTest_1 spelled out. 0NE is 0NE ONE. Jesus Christ.
I will link it in Twitch chat for anyone who's watching on Twitch.
They have a twin words are hard, man. Pin tweet at the top of their page breaking down the algorithm and how that all works out. So there's that. I know I have the odds written down in the notes, but I'm going to do a live check on them. I'm going to go through CBS. These odds are going to be on Caesars. So if you find anything else out there, I'm not wrong. It's just a different book. So current spread. Well, actually, we'll go money line first. Michigan is a minus 190 favorite. MSU plus 60 on the money line.
60?
Plus 160.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I would say
that would be the weirdest. I would say it'd be the weirdest odds of all time, but there's a game in the picks that makes 0 sense to me that we're gonna get to in a second. Public bet 86% is on MSU money line. Can't say I blame them simply because you gotta put some money down to make it worth it to bet on Michigan minus 190. So take that for what you will. We'll go into the spread. Currently, Michigan minus 4. Again, this is odds on Caesars Sportsbook. Michigan minus 4. This one's a little bit closer. Only 60% of the public bet is on MSU. Still a lot more than I would have thought because you're not getting a lot of points. And this spread has gone down. It's been up to 4.5. I believe it opened at 4 and then went up to 4.5. It's back down to 4. So we'll see what happens with that. And I know Austin's already said that he thinks this could be the case. The total currently sits, this actually went up. It went down earlier today, now it's back up to 50.5. There's fucking a half point, rat bastards. 62% of the public bet is on the over.
I would if I were to bet over unders, I would take the over. I think the offense, even with the weather, the potential of the weather, I think the offenses could have a field day because you just don't know what these defenses are.
Right. Fair enough.
We continue.
And then again on the spread, again it's minus 4 in favor of Michigan, giving MSU 4 points. Both teams have pretty decent records against the spread, so something's got to give here. Michigan's 6-1, MSU is 5-1 and a push. Interesting.
Damn it.
Right. Fucking push. I had a push. I think it was Michigan and Nebraska. They were a 3-point favorite, won by 3. Fucking rat bastards.
Ouch.
So, anything else to add on the betting preview before we get into the picks and really nail us down?
Not really.
Or any other last notes for the preview of the game for anybody?
Unless Caleb has something. I don't have much. I've said my piece. But
I just think it's going to be like a battle of like three-headed dragons in a sense. Like if you take Michigan and their run game, you take Michigan State, the Peyton Thorne, like I would say like more of like the receivers, so like Jaden Reed, Jalen Naylor, Kenneth Walker's there, but I think they're kind of like slept on a little bit, those two. feel like they
I
haven't been
mean,
mentioned.
and it to a point, I say there's, they are slept on in a way, but that's only because Kenneth Walker is doing what he's doing.
Right.
Jaden Reed, especially, has definitely gotten a lot of recognition, and fucking Speedy Naylor is just chilling there as well.
Mhm.
Michigan's passing game hurt tremendously by losing Ronnie Bell in week 1. That hurts a lot. But we're just not deep at wide receivers. We're kind of in a spot where we had some guys in years past, Donovan Peoples-Jones, guys that have made some NFL rosters. And then now it's like, well, we got to find the next group. So gonna be interesting there.
Michigan State
anything
has
else?
the second best receiving core in the Big Ten. They have, in my personal opinion, the second best running back in the Big Ten, or the second best running back that's playing in the Big Ten. Since
and this is another thing that I will say, and it's a fault of I suppose the system for Michigan, is that I really do believe that both Hassan Haskins and Blake Corum could be in that conversation and be putting up the stats that they are had Michigan's running game not been so split. Like, they give heavy playing time to both. And Blake Corum especially has been really impressive. Like,
fair enough.
Every week. I mean, he's literally splitting carries with Hassan Haskins and is 200 yards off of what Kenneth Walker's doing. So that's an interesting one. All right. Anything else before we hit the picks?
No, I've said my piece there.
All righty. Well, it is indeed time for the picks.
Real quick before Jordan forgets. College records for me and Jordan season long.
I won't forget, but it's in front of your face.
I am 60-60. Jordan is 56-64.
And Kaleb did make picks last week as well. He was 7 of 15. So,
Oof, okay.
It's same record I had last week. Fucking hell. I can't do anything right in college. So this edition of the college picks, of course, we got the Michigan State game to pick. We have every Big Ten game in here, and a couple, actually a lot, that are going to really fucking make us think. At least me and Austin, because we've been doing this all year.
You have one in here that really made me stop and think, and I fucking hated it.
Oh God. So we'll lead it off with Thursday night football, and not the NFL version. Troy travels to my former darling, my former team that I said I would take at any spread in Coastal Carolina. Well, they laid an egg last week and not only didn't cover, but lost to Appalachian State. They are still ranked 24th in the country. They are minus 18.5 at home against the Troy
Trojans.
something?
Trojans.
Is that what they are?
Trojans, yeah.
I will throw it over. I'll go to Kaleb first.
Yep, Kaleb, you're the guest.
Coastal Carolina. That's, to me, that was a clear pick, but that's just my choice. Like, that's just me.
I agree. Troy cannot score points at all. They're averaging 20 points less. 21 points less than Coastal Carolina. They can't score. They don't play offense. I'm going Coastal. Give me the Chanticleers.
This has like 63-3 written all over it to me. Like, Coastal Carolina is just so much better. They need a bounce back. I'll take the Chanticleers. It's a tricky situation. I don't know. That Appalachian State game's gonna kind of linger for a little bit. And speaking of games that are gonna fucking linger for a little bit, we have said all year on this podcast, give me liberty or give me death. Well, we have now been given death
twice,
2 weeks in a row. The Liberty University Flames have just wrecked us. They did win last week, but they did not cover, which is a problem. But they're up against 1-6 UMass, and UMass is getting 36.5. This is scary. I can't wait to hear what Austin thinks, but we'll go to Caleb first. Who do you got?
So I haven't watched either of these teams, which I don't think really anyone does.
Fair.
I
But
mean, this game is on ESPN 3. So yeah.
so I took Liberty, but I don't think they'll cover.
Uh-oh.
That's my prediction with that.
Give me Liberty or give me death. The University of Massachusetts Minutemen won a couple weeks ago, won their first game in 3 years or 2 years. They're awful. You want to talk about a team that doesn't score points? The University of Massachusetts Minutemen. They're averaging 16 points per game. You want to talk about a team that gives up a lot of points? The University of Massachusetts Minutemen. They're giving up 42 a game.
This really is the last time. If Liberty does it to me again, I'm out. Like, I can't do it with them again. Give me Liberty or give me death. Minus 36.5. I'm really, really fucking scared about that one. I really don't want to be dead 3 straight weeks.
Right.
We get into our first Big Ten matchup of the week, and it is the absolutely dead Indiana Hoosiers.
Talk about dead. Yeah.
On the road, playing Talia Tagovailoa, if he's even alive in Maryland. 87% of the people are on Maryland minus 3.5. I won't watch this game. This game is gonna suck. But who do you got, Caleb?
Give me the Terps in this one. I just think
Oh,
Indiana's more dead than Maryland is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some people say I'm a man of the people.
Oh, here we go.
And in this case, they're right, because I just spent on Saturday. I spent 3.5 hours, almost 4 hours of my life watching the Indiana Hoosiers. The Indiana Hoosiers are terrible. I don't know what quarterback they're gonna play, because
Which one of the 4 that we saw?
they were all bad against Ohio State. Give me the Maryland Terrapins at 3.5, at minus 3.5.
I was right there with you watching through that Indiana Ohio State game. I mean, in spirit and all. Indiana, like I said earlier, put out one of the worst efforts I think I've ever seen. They fell down and they just well, ain't no point in trying anymore.
Fetal position.
Maryland minus 3. I didn't even look at the matchup analysis on this one. I usually do for these.
All I'm gonna say about Indiana, after they fell down in the fetal position, they fell down. They just went instantly into protect the dick formation.
Yep. All right. We're gonna save Michigan State for last in the college picks. We'll come back to that. And this game here is by far. This might be the most confusing spread I've ever seen.
The most unwatchable game of all time.
That too. Illinois, fresh off beating Penn State in the 9 overtime classic or shit show classic, whatever you want to call it. They're
Thriller.
dogs at home. They're getting 1.5 against an absolutely lifeless Rutgers team. What? Why? What is this? Who do you guys got on this? Jesus.
I believe in momentum, and so I gave Illinois this one, and solely off just momentum of beating Penn State, and that's it.
So, I pulled up the matchup analysis just to see some things, and funny enough, it's not even loading.
Let me see if I can pull mine out.
I got it to load.
Oh, there, it finally kicked up for me.
There you go.
Here's the thing. Brandon Peters is going to have to play a full game for Illinois.
Yes, he will.
Because former Rutgers quarterback Art Sikowski's not. He's done, I would assume.
But on that same token, that number 0 wearing Noah Vedral or whatever his name is stinks.
He's not good either.
Yeah.
I've seen some. But
0's a fitting number.
Give me Rutgers.
Oh no! No!
Give me this.
No! Why are you doing it to yourself?
Give me Rutgers.
Oh no! I'm taking Illinois. I can't. I know Illinois is bad. I don't know how they won last week. It makes zero sense to me. But they showed life. Rutgers hasn't showed life in a long time. Number 9, Iowa. What the fuck is it? I'm just now noticing this spread. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I was on the road, number 9 in the country, against a pretty terrible Wisconsin team. And the Iowa Hawkeyes are road dogs.
Yeah.
They're getting 3.5.
I don't know what Vegas sees here.
6-1, number 9 in the country. 81% of the people are on Iowa. I don't know what this is either. Make your picks, guys.
I'm going with Iowa. I don't think Wisconsin was good to start the year. I don't think they're good now. That's just my opinion. I know everyone else thinks otherwise, but I'll take Iowa all day.
This is another one where the matchup analysis just won't even load for it. No, it loads. There is literally no statistics. Fitting. I'm taking a screen. I'm taking.
I also have no statistics as well.
Neither do I, yeah.
Fitting. I'm still going Iowa. Wisconsin's fucking terrible. Graham Mertz is terrible. Wisconsin's terrible. Iowa. Give me Iowa.
I know Wisconsin scored 30 points last week, but I mean that was against Purdue. So but Purdue did beat Iowa, so I don't. Who the hell knows?
Embarrassingly, he beat Iowa.
I can't pick Wisconsin. I don't remember the last time I did pick Wisconsin. Not gonna happen
Penn State
here.
against Penn State.
Oh yeah, that one.
We were both wrong there.
Way back. Yeah, give me Iowa plus 3.5. I threw this game in here just for you, Austin, because I know how much you hate these two teams. Florida State Seminoles are on the road, 10.5-point dogs against your favorite people ever, Dabo Swinney and the Clemson Tigers. People pretty split on this one. 52% of the people are on Clemson. Who do you got, boys?
Florida State. And that's it.
Oh.
That's really all I got about it. I hate Clemson.
I don't want to pick either of these two teams.
Off of principle, I just don't pick Clemson. I can't pick Clemson, so I have to go with Florida State.
Well, I guess we're all thinking on this ship together then, potentially. I
also
think there was
DJ Uigalele's terrible, so
yeah, I didn't think at the start to the season for Florida State that I'd ever be picking them. Here I am. Jesus Christ. I'm going to regret it. We're all going to regret it, I have a feeling.
Probably.
But something that is notable, Clemson hasn't covered all year.
No, they have not. Because they've been a favorite in like every game.
Mm-hmm. And here we are again. So it's my main reason for picking Florida State, but I don't want to do it. If I could just not pick this game and just take the loss, I'd do it. Number 1 team in the country, Georgia. They're on the road against the Florida Gators, who the hell knows what they are. Florida getting 14.5 in this one. 75. I'm surprised that there's 25% of the people out on Florida here. I really am.
I feel like it's a clear-cut winner. Georgia wins this by a lot, in my opinion.
Uh-oh.
I cannot pick the Georgia Bulldogs. When
No!
I went to school at the University of Florida,
You're doing it.
I had to write down in my own blood, that I cannot pick the Georgia Bulldogs to do anything.
What?
That's not entirely true, but I thought it would sound fun.
It did sound fun.
Jesus Christ.
I am picking the Florida Gators for a completely different reason, though.
Uh-oh.
I don't think the Gators are going to win. I don't.
No prayer.
However, the Georgia Bulldogs offense is questionable at times. You're looking at an offense that I've said it all year about the Florida Gators. They don't have a real quarterback. They have 3 quarterbacks. Right now, the Florida Gators or the Georgia Bulldogs have 2 in Stetson Barrett or Bennett or whatever and JT Daniels. So give me the Gators to cover but not win.
Okay. I really thought you were picking Florida plus 14.5.
I wish I could, but
yeah. Give me Georgia.
Give me I'm taking the Gators to cover, but that's it.
Oh God, you're actually gonna do it?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh boy, can't do it. Purdue. I'm sorry, Purdue. They're on the road. I don't know what to make of Purdue. They are 7.5-point dogs to Nebraska. Like I said, I think Nebraska's sneaky good. Their record just doesn't show it. Had some tough games, and they're just not on the level as the upper teams of the Big Ten right now. But they're favored against Purdue. 7.5. It's a lot of people on Purdue here. A lot of people still high on the Purdue train after the win against Iowa. So take that for what you will, but make your picks.
I'm going to take this risk here and put 1 foot on the Boilermaker train, and we'll take them this week. I'm going to take them like outright. They're going to win this game. Martinez just can't get the job done. If it's a big game, if it's a game that doesn't matter, in my opinion, just can't do it. He'll throw it away somehow. And that's why I'll take Purdue in this one.
This game is at a time slot that is in the same slot as the Florida-Georgia game. So a whole 3 people are going to watch this game, most likely.
Yeah, why couldn't fucking Michigan State be in this time slot?
Yeah, no kidding.
Because then it would have to compete with Florida-Georgia.
Don't care.
But yes.
I think it would do fine.
Some people say I'm a man of the people.
Uh-oh.
And they're wrong on this portion. Give me Nebraska.
Nebraska is a team that I've watched more than I want to admit. A couple games this year. It's mainly against Michigan and Michigan State, those 2 games. But
let's say, how many Nebraska games have you watched? Jesus.
That one, and 1 or 2 more mixed in there somewhere. At least parts of them. But
Jesus.
Condolences. It's sometimes you just want some Big Ten football, no matter how bad it is. I'm taking Nebraska. I cannot do it with Purdue after what they did with Wisconsin. I think Nebraska is a better offense than Wisconsin, even though Adrian Martinez will fuck up in this game. I regret it. Give me Nebraska. The Big Ten slate just fucking continues. I mean, like I said, we're picking every game here for the Big Ten. The Minnesota Golden Gophers are on the road, and they face the Northwestern Wildcats, who just had a lifeless offensive game against Michigan. Minnesota 5-2 on the season. Northwestern 3-4. Minnesota minus 7.5. 86% of the people on Minnesota. Who do you guys got?
So, fun fact, Northwestern invited me to this game since I will be on their soccer team hopefully next year. So, just to be biased, I'm taking Northwestern, and that's just because I go there now. It's online for now, but
Fair.
I'm a Wildcat, so I will take Northwestern.
Fair. I mean, that, off of principle, I take Florida basically every week, even though I shouldn't, so that's fair.
Nothing wrong with an emotional pick every now and then.
Minnesota's offense, I've only watched 1 Minnesota game, and it was against Ohio State. Minnesota's offense without Mo Ibrahim, who is, I said it in the Michigan State preview, I believe Michigan State has the 2nd best running back in the Big Ten, who is currently healthy and able to play. I believe the first right now is Travion Henderson. Its stats are a little skewed because Travion Henderson hasn't played a full game since the Tulsa game. I believe Mohamed Ibrahim is the best running back in the Big Ten, and had he stayed healthy, he would have been the best running back in the country. Minnesota's offense is not the same without him, because Tanner Morgan's just not.
Not it.
He's not it. But you also know what's not it? All of Northwestern. So I'm gonna have to take PJ Fleck in the boat.
Row the boat.
Yeah, we're rowing the boat. I've actually picked Minnesota quite a bit this year, and sometimes works out. So I'm not too hopeful here. But after what I saw from Northwestern against Michigan last week, I don't know if they're capable of doing things. So I'm just gonna take Minnesota to cover the 7.5. Oh boy. Mel Tucker's former school, the Colorado Buffaloes. They're on the road, traveling to Autzen Stadium to take on number 7, Oregon. Oregon minus 24.5. Will Austin pick Oregon? Probably not, but we'll see.
I'll say I'm definitely taking Oregon in this one. I've watched them play one game. It was against Ohio State. It's the happiest I've been all year watching Ohio State play and lose.
Oh.
Unfortunately.
Fair enough.
So
Fair.
I will take the Ducks
I'll eat that one.
in this one.
I had to finish my beer there before it got warm. Oh well, it already is kind of a little warm, but I digress. Ever since Oregon played Ohio State, they've looked kind of ass.
Yeah. Very inconsistent.
Give me the 2-5 Colorado. Give me the 2-5 Colorado Buffaloes. Oregon is 2-4 against the spread.
Yep. It's a lot of points. Oregon's look
also, first off, I'm good. If I see anybody on Twitter bet Oregon money line, I'm gonna find you and I'm gonna punch you in the fucking head.
Why the fuck would anybody do that?
I don't know.
Minus 4,500.
Yeah. But Colorado to cover the spread.
Even if you put that in a parlay, you're not getting nothing.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm taking the points with Colorado as well. 24.5 is just too much. This fucking game. This is a game between two teams that have ripped the souls out of our bodies.
Yes.
Louisiana Monroe.
Yes.
And Rich Rodriguez is their OC.
Ugh.
They beat the Liberty Flames a couple weeks ago.
And started this train of death that Jordan and I are on.
Mm-hmm. And Appalachian State beat Coastal Carolina just last week. Two of our biggest hype boy picks on the entire season, Liberty and Coastal.
Yes.
And these two teams fucked it all up.
Yes.
The Fighting Rich Rods are plus 27.5, playing wherever the fuck Appalachian State plays, whatever the fuck the name is their stadium.
They're in Boone, North Carolina. I know that much.
I don't know. Huh? Jesus. Didn't know that.
The only reason I know that is because it's in the matchup analysis.
Didn't know that place existed. Kaleb isn't on the emotional bandwagon that these two teams have made us suffer through. But go ahead and make your pick in this shit show. App State minus 27.5.
So I've watched about 5 minutes of these two teams combined, and that was App State against Coastal Carolina. I was at work, and I was literally just peeking in and out of, honestly, residents' rooms while doing it.
Nothing else to watch.
Yeah, pretty much. So I'm going to take App State to win, but not cover.
Oh.
Okay.
Fair enough.
So, first off, I have a strong dislike of Rich Rod. I think he's terrible at everything he does.
I mean, Michigan fans would agree with you.
Yeah.
Pat McAfee would not.
Yeah. West Virginia guy. Louisiana Monroe quarterback Rhett Rodriguez, who may or may not be related. I have no clue.
He's got to be, right?
I don't know.
Keep talking, I'll Google it.
He is out with a chest injury. Continuing on, you want to talk about a team that does nothing, can't apparently do anything? Louisiana Monroe can't score points. They can't play defense. They can't gain yards. They can't play defense. They can't not let other teams score. They can't let other teams not gain yards. Give me Appalachian State to cover the 27.5. Again, this is another game. If I see someone take App State money line, I'm gonna if I see that on Twitter, I'm gonna find you and punch you in the head.
Oh no. Oh jeez, it's even worse. 4,600.
4,650. Yeah.
Christ. Rhett Rodriguez is the son of Rich Rod, by the way.
Oh well.
So,
huh.
Yeah. Rip. I don't know what to do here. I hate both of these teams for various reasons this season. They've killed off everything we loved in Liberty and Coastal. So, I don't know. I guess I'll take App State. I don't know why. Who did you pick?
App State.
Fuck it. Give me Louisiana Monroe.
He's trying to make ground up. I love it.
Right, I have to. College picks especially have been really
honestly
bad.
Can I just take a push in that game?
No.
I know, unfortunately.
You can't push. I mean, at least in our lines. Jesus. Don't even know why this is in here, but Georgia State and Georgia Southern.
We needed a
Georgia
filler
State,
game.
Yeah, there really weren't many other good games around the college world this week. Georgia Southern is a 4.5-point home dog in this one. Both teams under 500. Who cares?
I don't even know who to pick. I know nothing. So I'm gonna go. So
watch 0 seconds of any of these two teams.
Oh, 1,000% true. So I just now made this pick. It kind of changed. So I'm gonna go just off injury report because it says Georgia Southern has 2 wide receivers out. I don't know how good they are. They also have a corner that's injured. So I'm gonna go Georgia State just because of the injury report.
Fair.
It looks better.
You gotta find something to make a pick in this kind of game.
Georgia Southern can't play defense. They're giving up 500 yards per game almost. That's not good.
No.
I mean, other than that, like the yards per game is you're looking at a 7-yard difference in yards per game, offensive yards per game. You're looking at same points per game, same points allowed per game, essentially 35 versus 34. But Georgia Southern allows a lot of yards, so give me Georgia State.
My pick is simply because I looked at those same stats and I was just like, man, these two teams, other than that yardage, are very, very close. So I'm just gonna take the points. I'm gonna regret this. I'm gonna regret throwing this game in here, but give me Georgia Southern plus the 4.5.
Fair.
And it's finally time for...
Let's do the ass conference game first.
Okay. So we'll get... Come on, scroll. There we go. North Carolina. They are plus 3.5. Taking on Notre Dame. Oh, God. I don't know what to do with either of these two teams. Notre Dame minus 3.5. That's a tiny spread. Good Lord. Who do you guys got?
I'm taking the Tar Heels in this one, actually.
Woo!
And... honestly, it's because I know nothing about Notre Dame, and I know that Sam Howell is the quarterback in North Carolina.
Yeah, he is, but...
unfortunately, that's just really all I got.
Well, I'm going with North Carolina because I have zero faith in the Fighting Irish. North Carolina scoring more points. Sure, Notre Dame is giving up 3 points less per game, which conveniently enough is almost the spread. North Carolina's offense is so much better. The defenses are almost the same. Give me North Carolina.
I can't do it with North Carolina, man. They were supposed to be so good this year. You know what? Preseason, I know they were in the top 25. They were like 15th or higher.
They were like, yeah, no, they were because Miami was 14.
Yeah,
Because all three of the supposed top ACC teams lost.
Yeah.
On the same day.
I can't do it. I cannot do it with North Carolina. I will never do it again. I don't have a lot of faith in Notre Dame, but I have more faith in Notre Dame than I do with North Carolina. Fucking Sam Howell tanking in the draft ranking. We'll get the Penn State Ohio State game here first.
Fair.
Penn State's dead. Plus 18.5 against Ohio State, who's laying 50 burgers left and right. I mean, do we even have to answer any questions? Ohio State minus 18.5. Everybody, okay, good.
I'm gonna say some things about this game. I'll let Caleb go first.
So, because I'm a fan of the team that I am not taking Ohio State. I know they're going to win. I know that
Love it.
they're going to blow Penn State out of the water, but because I'm a Michigan State fan, I will never choose Ohio State to win at anything. So I'm taking the Nittany Lions in this one.
Fair. I'm going to say some things. Some words that head coach James Franklin said yesterday in a press conference.
This was painful.
When asked about this game, James Franklin said, "I'm just focused on Illinois. Going to the big house is a tough place to play."
What fucking doofus.
James Franklin has either lost his mind or he cares so little about this game. There are some people saying, "Oh, he's just trying to troll Ohio State again." I don't buy that.
No, I think he's really just that dumb.
I think he's lost it. If James Franklin really thinks he's taking the Penn State Nittany Lions to play Illinois and Ann Arbor, well,
reroute the bus, man.
There could be some problems for Penn State. 18 and
is that his way of saying that they're not going to show up?
Just auto forfeit.
I mean, whether they take the field or not, I don't think it matters.
Like, this is a game. It doesn't matter if Penn State takes the field. I've seen Ohio State.
I think it might, because if they don't take the field and it's just an automatic forfeit, I don't think we cover.
True, that is true.
Probably technically be a push, but
right. Be our first half-point push ever.
Right.
Penn State's just putrid right now. Ohio State's offense is statistically the best offense in the country. Penn State, PJ Mustafar's out. Adizia Isaac out. Offensive lineman Sam Worley questionable. Running back Devin Ford, I don't even know who the fuck that guy is. The only way this game could be like remotely close is if fucking Saquon Barkley all of a sudden puts pads on. Puts a Penn State uniform on.
Yeah.
Ohio State's going to win. I would take this spread if it was like 25.
There's been words of death before, but I mean, Penn State's proven me nothing. I don't know why 52% of the people are on Penn State.
Just because that's such a big number.
It's really not, though, when you think about Ohio State. Like, there's bigger numbers out there that people aren't taking. Like Colorado plus 24.5, and they're not even close. Like, I can't do it with Penn State. Ohio State minus 18.5. 50 burger. It's fucking easy for Ohio State.
It's only a matter of time before Ohio State hangs 60 on someone again.
Could very well be this week. And finally, the whole point of the show, Michigan State preview. We finally get to pick the game. Number 6, Michigan, on the road. They travel to Spartan Stadium in East Lansing. Michigan, well, here it's minus 4.5. Of course, we can't just get the 4. Got to throw that half in there. Against the Spartans, number 8 in the country. Both teams 7-0. People on CBS, anyway, are fairly split on this one. 52% are on MSU. We'll throw it around. Who does everybody got for the battle for the Paul Bunyan Trophy?
Well, you know who I'm taking. I'm taking my Spartans. I always have faith in my team. I think we're gonna keep Paul Bunyan in East Lansing for another year. That's really all I got, to be honest.
I mean, our pick shouldn't come as a surprise.
No.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Austin.
Jordan, you want to take yours first?
I mean, what am I gonna do? Am I gonna pick fucking Michigan State? No, can't do it. Truth be told, as close as I do expect this game to be, I wouldn't be surprised if the Spartans do cover. I do think Michigan wins, but I think it's fucking stupid ass close. Probably like a 3-point game or something like that. I just can't. I don't have it in me to pick MSU to cover. Bad juju right there.
0-0, 12 overtime tie.
Are you just taking the loss and not picking this game?
No, I'm taking Michigan State to cover. This is a game. If this were backdoor cover, and you know what, I'm probably even gonna say this on backdoor cover. Stay the fuck away from this game.
Oh yeah, easy.
Like,
I mean, I don't like putting money on Michigan, period. But this game, fuck no.
In terms of betting, stay away from this game. Like, I think Michigan State will cover. I don't know if they'll win. I mean, Michigan could win by more than 4.5. Michigan State could win. I don't fucking know, but
nobody has a clue.
Give me Michigan State to cover. Other than that, I don't have a result.
As entertaining as a 0-0 12 overtime tie would be, that'd be very, very bad.
Just split the Paul Bunyan Trophy in half for the year. Just, we can't keep playing anymore.
Who gets the Paul Bunyan bit, and who just gets the heavy ass wooden base?
Right.
Like how do we determine that?
Who has more yards there? Which quarterback has more yards?
I mean, if it's 0-0, I'm thinking that might be 69-68 there, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
We'll move on to the NFL picks, mercifully. Thursday Night Football tomorrow, and questions all over the place for this one. The Green Bay Packers.
Jordan did make up ground in NFL picks, by the way.
I did, yes.
I'm 57-50. Jordan is 54-53. I hate to
Caleb had a better weekend than all of us. He got 9 games right. So out of 13.
Out of 13, yeah. He was 9-5. Yeah.
Yep. So Green Bay Packers, they are without Devontae Adams on the COVID list, and they are plus 5.5 against the undefeated Arizona Cardinals, who are without J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt probably wouldn't have moved the line too much anyway. Who do you guys got for Thursday Night Football? Any risk-free same-game parlays for you tomorrow, Austin? No?
Well, considering that I went over on the weekend until the Sunday night game because of that. I don't know.
Might get into it. Might.
Depending on what we got.
What do you got?
I think I'm committing a crime here, most definitely by this pick, but I'm going to take Aaron Rodgers and the Packers in this one. And I don't know why. It was just kind of like the pick that really came to me, and I was like, all right, the Packers are winning this one. Couldn't give you a reason. I'm just taking Green Bay.
I'm taking Green Bay because of one man. That man's name is Aaron Rodgers. Give me the Packers. Arizona has to lose at some point, and it's probably going to be this game.
Yeah. Even without Devontae Adams, I don't see Aaron Rodgers losing this game. I mean, they've been on such an incredible roll. And Arizona has too, but I mean, it's fucking Aaron Rodgers.
Arizona's looked questionable at points, though.
Right. I mean, they barely beat Minnesota, so I don't know.
Needed 2 interceptions returned for a touchdown against Jacksonville.
Right. I'm taking Green Bay. This next game might be pants. 3-4 Carolina Panthers, they're dead against the Atlanta Falcons, who were never alive to begin with. Falcons minus 2.5. That just goes to show you how far the Panthers have fallen off. 76% of the people are on Atlanta to cover the 2.5.
You can add me to that 76%. Sam Darnold's still seeing ghosts. The Panthers are just more bad than the Falcons are, so I'll take the Falcons.
Fun fact, because I have to work this in somehow. Tickets for this game are starting at $19. So if you're in the Atlanta area if you're in the Atlanta area on Sunday on Halloween and you want to waste 3 hours of your life around 1:00, go watch this game. Give me the Falcons.
I might never pick the Panthers again this season or any season beyond. Like they had everybody believing and then have fallen off the wagon. I know McCaffrey being hurt, big reason as to why. That's really when the downward spiral hit, but can't do it. I might be wrong. Fucking, they might come. I mean, Atlanta's not good by any means, but give me the Falcons -2.5. It's easy. It's always the Falcons, at least in this scenario.
Right.
Your team, the Cincinnati Bengals, 5-2, number 1 team in the AFC right now.
No.
They are on the road rather, against the goddamn Jets. Jets +9.5. Oh boy, this ought to be fun.
I'm not as sold on the Bengals as some are. I think they're better. Then they've improved since last year. Obviously, it wasn't that hard, but I will take them over the Jets. They'll have Joe Flacco. I'm gonna assume is probably starting for them now,
Maybe.
or whoever they have, some Morgan guy or whatever his last name is, a nobody. So yeah, give me the Bengals.
I'm gonna work this in here too. If you have $23 to spend and nothing to do in New York. Actually, not even New York, because it's actually East Rutherford, New Jersey, and there's literally nothing to do in New Jersey. I should know because I lived in New York for a year.
I mean, you got that stupid expensive mega mall right next to the stadium. Go over there instead of going to this game.
That's where I was going. I was like, go find something else to do.
Yeah.
Don't go to this game. Give me the Bengals.
Go pay a ridiculous amount of money and go to fucking Nickelodeon Universe in that fucking mall over there. With some of the worst rides and roller coasters I've ever seen in my life.
Don't give me the Bengals. The Jets, I said it earlier, the Jets are never going to cover again. Ever.
If the Bengals find a way to fuck this up, that's the red flag for me.
I would not be surprised if they do, but I don't think they will.
Right now, I believe in them. Fuck up. Especially here, you can't fuck up against the Chiefs. I know Tennessee did it, and we love Tennessee, but can't do it if you're the Bengals. Bengals -9.5. That's easy. Oh, Matthew Stafford and the LA Rams. They take on the Houston Texans. Second straight week, the Rams rather had these massive spreads. Didn't cover last week against the Lions. Will they cover the 14.5 with the Houston Texans?
Yeah. Yeah. The Rams are going to take the Texans out of existence. The Texans average 13.9 points a game, and to me, that's a generous stat. They've scored, 8 points in the last 3 games?
Yes.
Yeah.
Somewhere along that line.
Yeah. Allowing 400 yards per game.
Their week 1 win, I would assume, is boosting that tremendously.
Yeah. The Texans are a shit show, to put it lightly. The Rams are good. Texans are awful. They gave me the Rams by 1,000,000.
If you have $19.80 to spend, don't go to this game.
Geez.
Don't go to this game. I just had to get those 3 out of the way because those are the 3 cheapest games of the week in terms of.
I would say go to Astroworld across the expressway, but they tore that down.
Yeah, don't go to this game. Rams by a dick ton.
Yeah. I was not necessarily surprised that the Lions found a way to cover against the Rams last week, because the Lions, at least at points, show life. Houston does not. 8 points in 3 games, and you you're going to give me 14 points against a team that might score 40 on these people? Can't do it.
On these
Rams,
guys,
easy.
yeah.
Yeah, no. Another absolute shit fest, and I think this spread should honestly be bigger. Buffalo Bills at home minus 13.5 against the dead 1-6 Dolphins.
One thing about the Dolphins I will say is I have not given up on Tua yet. Is he good? Not really, but I think he'll get the job done. I think the most exciting part about this game will be the pregame when we're watching Bills fans jump through tables.
Yep.
So give me the Bills by a ton.
Yep.
74% of the people are picking the Buffalo Bills. Some people say I'm a man of the people.
There we go.
I'm going to have to agree with those people this time because Miami's dead. You want to talk about a team dead in the water? They're dead in the water right now.
I don't think I'm picking the Dolphins the rest of the year. I do agree with Caleb. I'm not sold on Tua's garbage yet. But indeed, Buffalo, I've already called them the best team in the AFC. I'm sticking by that, although Tennessee is a close second. Give me Buffalo minus whatever. Jesus Christ. The Detroit Lions, my Detroit football Lions, they return home to Ford Field 0-7 plus 3.5 against the 2-5 Philadelphia Eagles. And I think this might be a first on the season. 61% of the people are on the Detroit Lions. Who does everybody got?
I'll let both of you guys take this first.
So I don't remember what game it was after another, loss when Dan Campbell, started crying. I think that right there is kind of when I realized like this team is different and him as a coach is different. I think they're feeding into what Dan Campbell wants to do and is trying to do with that team. And they've been, they've gotten not hosed necessarily, but they lost to a 66-yard field goal in a dome.
We've been fucked by the football gods, essentially.
But no, I think I commented on Austin's Twitter post, I think, about how something about waking up on Sundays and watching this team is just different no matter how bad they are, and I enjoy it, because I think Campbell pulls everything out of his playbook and then some to try and win these games. So give me the Lions. They're going to win by like 20. That's my prediction.
Ooh. Okay, so I guess I'm going first.
Yep, go ahead.
Or second here. I'm also on the Lions. Philly has been just putrid the last few weeks. And, I mean, if we don't win this one, we 0-17 is very much a possibility. So,
doesn't get much easier for them.
No, it really doesn't. Philly, somehow they've won 2 games. I don't even understand how. If the Lions even give half of what we saw against the Rams this Sunday, the Lions win their first game of the year. I will not only take them plus the 3.5, but I will take them to win. 1-7 Express.
Okay. A few weeks ago, Jalen Hurts said something about if you take a shit, you don't stare at it. You just flush it away.
Yes. The exact quote was, you take you a deuce, you don't stare at it, you flush it.
He has not flushed
you
that.
A deuce. No, that deuce is lingering.
It's still there for him. The Eagles are putrid, terrible, horrid, awful, bad. I could keep going on for a long time coming up with words to describe how bad the Eagles are. Give me the Detroit football Lions.
Yes.
I said at some point I could see them winning a game. I said it on Sunday after they lost. I think I could see them winning a game. I think this has to be the game for them.
If it's not,
I don't know what's next.
Yeah.
it's big problems if we don't win this one. We're all on the Lions. How about it? All right. The 3-3 Pittsburgh Steelers travel to First Energy Stadium in Cleveland, Ohio.
Yep.
To take on the Browns. Browns minus 3.5 And a lot of people, well, not a lot of people, 53% of the people are on the Steelers here against the Baker Mayfield-less Browns. So, who's everybody got here?
I'm gonna roll with the Steelers, and that's solely because Big Ben is just a little bit better than Case Keenum, and to me that's questionable at this point in his career. I know Case Keenum's bad, but Big Ben is just
He hasn't been good.
What a
No.
sentence that is. Who would have ever thought?
Yeah. So give me the Steelers, and that's just a pity pick, to be honest.
True. Well, I don't usually pick teams that have lost to the Cincinnati Bengals. I've done it once on this show already today. And I'm doing it again because, well, we saw the Browns without Case Keenum. They weren't good. Believeland will not be believing a whole hell of a lot come Sunday afternoon at about 4:15. Give me Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, both teams.
Mostly give me Najee Harris and the Pittsburgh Steelers, but
yeah, bingo. Najee Harris is a dude. Both teams need this one really bad. I think the Steelers are just a little bit better right now with Case Keenum at the helm for the Browns. Can't do it. Give me Pittsburgh. This is a matchup of two absolute shitfests. San Francisco 49ers. They are somehow. Why is this just not a pick 'em? Like, who knows what any of these two teams are going to do? Bears are 3.5-point home dogs against the 49ers. I don't even know how to begin to make a pick here.
Well, when I saw this game on the schedule originally, I was excited because, Trey Lance versus Justin Fields, two of the, good, quote unquote, good rookies out of the draft class. But now that Trey Lance won't be playing and Justin Fields is proving to everyone that Ohio State quarterbacks are just not fit for the NFL. I know it's early. So I'm not hating on him by any means. But right now, he's trending on that path with the interesting Bears team. So give me the quarterback experience in this one with the Niners. And honestly, I don't really care who wins or loses.
I watched the San Francisco 49ers on Sunday night.
We sure did.
I wish I wouldn't have.
Same.
But I did. I really wish I wouldn't have. That team's terrible. Yes, the 49ers have had a very difficult stretch. They have the number one ranked strength of schedule in football right now. And it shows because they're getting their dicks stomped in. But they're just not good. Give me the Bears at home. It's difficult to go on the road and actually play good. The only thing that really travels, at least in terms of offense, is a running game, and the 49ers don't even have that. Defense and running games travel, and well, those are two things that the 49ers don't really have.
Yeah.
So, give me the Bears.
I am also on the Bears. I just think one of these weeks you're going to see something out of Justin Fields, and he's not going to become a meme every fucking week. So, it's got to happen sometime, and the 49ers are a good candidate to have that happen. So he's gonna have a rough time. There's a guy that wears 97 on that 49er team that's pretty good at the football thing.
Yeah, he's a good pass rusher.
Yeah, I've heard that. So Justin Fields might be running for his life a little bit. This has like a very similar score as to their Sunday night game. Like, has a very similar feeling. But
it could be similar to the Monday night game in 13-10.
Yeah. Or, I mean, we could have a Carolina-New York situation and 5-3 be the final score. I don't know. But I will take the pick. I don't know. I said the last one should be a pick'em. We have one. That is, I believe, our second of the year.
Yes.
Tennessee Titans, Indianapolis Colts. Colts the slight underdog at a half. 76% of the people are on the Titans. Pick'ems are fun. Who do you guys got?
I like the Colts. Like, I like what they're doing. I think they're putting the pieces together. Carson Wentz isn't it. I know, like, he didn't have the greatest situation in Philly. Injuries kind of, hurt him in a way, but I don't think the Colts are it. I think Tennessee is the real deal. I think Derrick Henry is literally going to run all over them because if the Niners can do it, why can't he do it by himself? So give me Tennessee.
Derrick Henry is the best player in football. Give me Derrick Henry. As long as Mike Vrabel doesn't have some instance like he did against the Jets where all of a sudden Ryan Tannehill has to throw the ball 60 times, Tennessee's going to win this.
Yeah.
Convincingly.
If this was anybody else, if the Colts were playing literally anybody else, I'd probably pick them.
Yeah.
But I can't. Like, Tennessee, I know they laid the egg against the Jets, but can't do it. So, give me the Titans. This game could be really bad. Jacksonville Jaguars, who I forget exist half the time, they're on the road, going to Lumen Field to take on the Seattle Seahawks. Still no Russell Wilson. Seahawks -3.5. Who would have ever thought that Seahawks would be a 3.5-point favorite at home? That spread being that tiny against these lifeless Jags.
So, I'm going to throw a curveball here. And honestly, I'm going to take Sunshine 2.0. Trevor Lawrence is going to get the job done. This is going to be like his quote-unquote first big win of his career against a painfully down bad Seahawks team without Russell Wilson. So it's not a big win, but everyone's going to consider it one when they win by 3. That's my prediction.
Okay, well, the biggest thing here, the Jags are missing their best pass rusher in Miles Jack. I think, unfortunately for that, just off of that alone, Geno Smith's going to be able to stay just a little bit more comfortable. So give me the Seahawks. Again, it's tough to win on the road. It's tough to go out on, especially when you're... This is essentially a primetime game for Jacksonville. This is a 7:00 game for Jacksonville. Much. Like, it's difficult to travel that far west on the road, and do you then have to play if this was a 1:00 game, it'd be a bit more bearable I could see Jacksonville winning this, but 4:00, no. Geno Smith's gonna get his first win.
Yeah. I can't do it with the Jags until they prove me something. I mean, I know they got the win. Didn't really do much to get it. So, can't do it with them. Give me the Seahawks. Geno Smith, by no means is a good quarterback, but he's looked better every week since he's had to come into the game and lead the Seahawks team. So, give me the Seahawks. Can't believe I'm taking Geno Smith. Never thought that would happen. The Patriots, fresh off laying a 50-burger against the Jets, have a tough test. They travel to SoFi Stadium to take on the Chargers, coming off a bye. And I think a lot of the people, the 35% of the people are on New England here, and I think it's just the recency of the whopping
54
that they put on the Jets. Yeah, that has a lot of people picking the Patriots. And I think that spread probably would have been a lot bigger had that not happened. So Chargers -5.5. Who's everybody got?
I feel like Justin Herbert hasn't played the best. I think he's been good this year. I don't think he's played the best, but I also am not very high on Mac Jones and the Pats. They beat the Jets. They beat the Jets. So give me the Chargers. I think it can be. I think it'll be close though. But yeah, give me the Chargers.
So, I want to take my guy Matthew Judon.
Oh no!
I want to.
Oh.
I really want to. I think he's going to make things very uncomfortable for Justin Herbert. I love me some Matthew Judon. He's a Grand Valley State alum.
That he is.
One of the few NFL Grand Valley State players, at least in recency. I want to take my guy,
But you can't.
but I just can't. That Chargers team is solid. They're not elite, but they're solid. And the Chargers have a guy named Joey Bosa who, in terms of pass rushing, he's kind of good.
Yeah, I've heard that.
So Mac Jones is going to be that blindside tackle. And Jordan, you and I called their game against Tampa a few weeks back. That blindside tackle that the Patriots have is absolutely dog shit.
Yeah.
At least
Surprised Mac didn't die more.
At least let me phrase it. In terms of an NFL lineman, he's dog shit. He's terrible. In terms of an NFL lineman, I get it. He's one of the elite. Obviously, at some point, he was one of the elite offensive linemen. That's how he made it into the show. But you put Joey Bosa across from him, Mac Jones is going to have a terrible day. Give me the Chargers. Both quarterbacks might die.
Yeah, I'll keep it nice and simple. Chargers, it's easy for me. Patriots have 3 wins. 2 of them are against Jets. So, can't do it. In a game that in years past would have been pretty fun. Would have been Tom Brady versus Drew Brees. Instead, it's Tom Brady versus Jameis Winston. Saints are a 4.5-point home dog, and nobody believes in them. Only 19% of the CBS picks are on the Saints.
Yeah, the Bucks are gonna win. Jameis Winston is just gonna do what he does and pad his stats. He's gonna throw just as many interceptions as he does touchdowns, like he does every year. I just don't think he's that good. So, give me the Buccaneers minus Tom Brady because I don't like Tom Brady.
Well, so far the season shows that the Saints are due for a dud. You could argue.
I mean, I was going to say you could argue this last game was a dud.
Yeah, and it was. But the Saints have been good, then they've been bad. Then they've been good, then they've been bad. Then they've been good, then they've been bad. Give me the Buccaneers.
After what they showed me against Seattle, Seattle's not even with Russell Wilson, Seattle's not on the level that Tampa Bay is. So you're gonna not enough points for me to take New Orleans. I can't, won't. All right. Last of the 4:00 slate, the Washington football team, they traveled a mile high to take on the Denver Broncos. This game's gross. Broncos minus 3.5 at home.
Football team. That's who's winning this game. That's it.
I hate myself.
Uh-oh.
A lot. Dan Snyder is a terrible human being.
Oh, no.
However, Taylor Heineke's going to be rather comfortable. Von Miller, out with an ankle injury. Malik Reed, out with a groin injury. Nose tackle Mike Purcell, I don't know how much he actually plays, out with a thumb injury. Those are all defensive players.
Where's the strained pectoral?
I'm surprised it's not there. You can sit and say whatever you want about how the Denver Broncos have the 4th ranked strength of schedule, but they're still ass. Give me Washington. Give me WTF. I mean WFT.
Yeah, that. Give me the football team. I can't even do anything different. I have zero faith in Denver, and I really like Taylor Heineke. Apparently, The people we are not men of the people on that one.
I know.
No.
Unfortunately. So I don't know. Hard to say.
The people will be wrong.
I think so too. The WFT football team, they're due for a good. And Denver's a good candidate to get it against. Why is this a primetime game? Sunday Night Football. The Dallas Cowboys 5-1 on the year. Whoa! Why is this spread so low? What is this game?
Did somebody
Cowboys-
die that I missed, or they? Oh, yeah, could very well be a problem.
Dak being questionable, I think hurts this spread. Right now, it is Minnesota plus 2.5. Oh God, I don't know what to do. I'll throw it to you guys.
This comes down to like my like unwritten rule, you could say. I don't pick the Cowboys. They're not America's team. I think they're hot fucking garbage. So give me Captain Kirk and the Vikings.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm a MSU fan. Gotta pick Kirk Cousins.
Gotta pick Kirk Cousins.
I don't pick teams that I've broken that rule a couple times in the past few weeks.
Two times in this show alone.
Yeah, I believe 4 times total. 2.
Sounds like you do pick against teams that lose to pick teams that lose to the Bengals.
I don't really often. Very rarely do I pick teams that lose to the Bengals. I believe 4 times in 60 games would be the stat. Well, more than that, but still. I'm not doing it here. Minnesota's bad. Unless Mike McCarthy literally takes his brain out and leaves it in Dallas.
Which does happen.
Which, I mean, that could happen, let's be honest.
He makes some calls that make you want to bash your head
Like he makes
into the hardest wall ever.
He makes calls that make Jim Harbaugh look sane.
Yes.
Which is tough.
Yes.
Unless Mike McCarthy literally leaves his brain on his bookshelf in Dallas, the Cowboys are going to win this game.
Yeah. Dallas wins not because of Mike McCarthy. That's for certain.
Fuck.
He kind of exists and is there to make decisions, but they usually aren't the right one. They are on a roll, though. The fact that we don't know whether Dak's ruled out or not yet leads me to believe that he will play. Even if he doesn't, I think they win anyway.
They don't have Andy Dalton's the backup, so I mean...
I don't even know who the backup is. Cooper Rush?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know.
Oh, God, yes.
CMU alum.
It's a bit scary to pick the Cowboys and not have that certainty of Dak playing or not. But if he plays, that's the only reason the spread's close. And you're still not giving me enough points to pick Minnesota for any reason other than that. So I can't do it. Cowboys -2.5. I can't believe that's a real spread. And another, this is a primetime sort of game. The Kansas City Chiefs, in all of their disarray, at home, Monday Night Football from Arrowhead, and they are -9.5 against the New York Football Giants, fresh off their 25-3 win over the now dead Carolina Panthers. Last game of the week, who do you got, boys?
I mean, is it even like a question? Like,
I mean, Kansas City did score 3 points last week.
That is true.
Yeah, that is true. I don't know. I think the whole Chiefs just organization as a whole bounces back from whatever I watched last week, and I think they'll get the job done pretty handily over a very beat up Giants team.
They need it.
Biggest thing here is Saquon Barkley is not playing.
Is he not?
Let's see. Now he's still ruled questionable, but
This is questionable here.
I would not be surprised if he does not play this game.
Giants are fucking banged up. Six guys on the injury report, including 3 wide receivers.
Even if Patrick Mahomes does not play this game, that means it would be down to Chad Henne.
Chad Henne could do it.
Yes.
Chad Henne could still do it with this team, with this Chiefs team.
Give me Chad Henne.
Patrick Mahomes, Chad Henne, the 9.5's fucking not big for a team playing against like a team like the Giants. This shouldn't be a primetime game. Give me Kansas City.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm actually going to probably watch this game. I mean, I know I will because the Mannings are on next week, aren't they?
I believe so.
I mean, they didn't tell us that they weren't.
God, I hope so.
I am going against everything that I've said all year long, and that is picking the Chiefs to cover is a very dangerous situation because until they barely covered against the Eagles, they hadn't covered since November 1st of last year. This Chiefs team, for whatever reason, doesn't. The spread's too big for them. They are 0-3 this season at home against the spread. But it's the Giants. I can't do it. Give me the Chiefs -9.5. And those, mercifully, are the picks. Well, champ and chump of the road. Who?
Champ and chump of the week, you mean?
Champ and chump. Yes, yeah, that. The words. Words
Yeah.
are hard.
Yeah.
1 in the morning, okay?
Yes, it is.
Yes, champ and chump of the week. We will let, as is tradition, let the guest go first if you prepared one.
I did not, so I'll let you guys take
Fair
this
enough.
one.
All right,
Jordan, go ahead.
I'll take my my champ first. Lucas Raymond. He was my champ last week for scoring his first NHL goal. He's my champ this week for scoring his first NHL hat trick. Absolutely incredible 4-point night in his 6th NHL game. And let me dig through my mind and remember the stat. Lucas Raymond became the first Red Wings player younger than 20 years old to have a 4-point game. The third one and the other 2 to do it were Steve Yzerman and Gordie Howe. So pretty good company to be in right there. Raymond's looked phenomenal. Wings got another win tonight against the Washington Capitals. Took overtime, but they did it. Loving the Wings, loving Raymond, Mo Sider, loving this team.
Okay, that's Jordan's.
Yes.
Mine, it's going to be a little interesting, and some people will question this.
Uh-oh.
And do you know what I say to those people? Go fuck yourselves.
Oh, wow. I see.
Because if you question this, you're just... I think you honestly probably should question life a little bit. Mine is U.S. women's national team soccer player Carly Lloyd. She played her final game in United States women's uniform on Tuesday. She has been stellar representative of the United States and United States soccer. Here are some of her accolades. She has won 2 Olympic gold medals, one in 2008, one in 2012, bronze medal in 2021, the Women's World Cup in 2015 and 2019, and World Cup runner-up in 2011. The CONCACAF Women's Championship, she was part of those winning teams in 14 and 18. I could keep going on. Best Women's Player of the Year in 2016. What she did for the game of soccer in America and women's soccer, even in particular, it can't be stated. She just phenomenal player, and to play her final game in a U.S. women's uniform and she played for such a long fucking time too. Her first appearance on the national team was in 2002. And she's just now retiring. She's my champ of the week.
All right. My chump of the week. Can't believe I'm doing it, but it's the Kansas City Chiefs. I
Fair.
mean, they have gone from back-to-back Super Bowl appearances, one Super Bowl championship, to this. To scoring 3 points, albeit against a very good Tennessee team. But I don't know what it is. I don't know if the league's just figured them out. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if they're banged up. Hard to say. But how quickly the conversation has gone from, oh yeah, Patrick Mahomes is going to be worth every cent of that massive contract he signed, to Patrick Mahomes might be washed up, is very, very. It happened way too quick. So now I'm not saying I think Patrick Mahomes is washed up, but people are talking about it. Yeah, no, he's not. He'll be fine. But Chiefs are broken, and they got to figure it out.
Oh boy, I have options for chump of the week.
I mean, we always do.
I could go with the Penn State Nittany Lions or James Franklin even, but I'm not.
George Peros?
I could go with him, but I'm not. Unfortunately, this individual is making it back into the show.
Oh, no.
Oh, God.
And I said at the top of the show in the news, a little over 4 hours, about 4 hours ago, a little under 4 hours ago, that this story wouldn't die. John Gruden was interviewed for the first time since resigning. And he said in this interview, "People who know me know what I stand for 58 years. The truth will come out."
Really?
Well, John, here's the truth. Off of what you said in those emails, you look like a shitbag. John Gruden?
Truth will come out. So he's saying that it's not real?
Sure. I don't know. I think he's just lost his mind.
But he
wrote those emails.
Literally, well, he wrote the emails, and didn't he also write the apology and the I don't want to be a distraction thing?
Yes.
The resignation? What the hell? Jesus.
John Gruden, just take your L and move the fuck on. Move on to being just a rich, irrelevant dude.
Hey, best friends with Mark Davis. Makes it's not a surprise that they don't know when to just admit that they're wrong.
And with that being said, it is time for one for the road so we can all go to bed.
Right. Do you have a one for the road, Caleb?
Go green.
I mean,
That is my one for the road.
I figured that would be the one. I can't make it my one for the road. It's already been set. So I will say that mine is, and before you call me crazy, it is Philadelphia Eagles at Detroit Lions. Not because you expect to see any good football, because that might be few and far between in this game, but if what we all think happens, or what we all think is going to happen, happens, and the Lions get a win, I am so ready for the celebration and everything that those players are going to give Dan Campbell for getting his first win. Gonna be phenomenal if and when it happens, whether it be this week, whether it be next year, I don't know. It's going to be great to see whenever it does happen. And I think there's a pretty good chance. We all think there's a pretty good chance of it happening this Sunday.
Okay, those are both fair. I am flipping the script and breaking the rules, as I sometimes do in this segment. I have two for the road. Because I honestly expected you guys to both pick the same thing.
I mean, I did, essentially. Lions is my number two, but it's already been said. I figured I'd throw something else in.
Because I expected you guys to pick the same thing, I picked 2 games on Saturday. Most of you who watch this podcast or listen to this probably know what those 2 games are. Because they're both college football games.
More than likely.
Number 1.
Oh, damn it. I didn't do any CFL stuff this week. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Oops.
No Ottawa Red Blacks this week.
Number 1, happening at 3:30 in the city of Jacksonville, the biggest cocktail party in the world. The Florida Gators take on the Georgia Bulldogs. It's a fun game. It's fun. Might be ugly. Who knows? Fun game. And then number 2, 7:30 on ABC. By the way, the Florida Georgia game is on CBS 3:30. Number 2 on ABC at 7:30. You gotta suffer through Kirk Herbstreit and Reese Davis, I think. No, Fowler.
Kirk Herbstreit and Chris Fowler.
Chris Fowler, yeah. Thank God. I honestly don't know who I'd rather have out of those 2. Actually,
Reese. I'd rather have Reese.
Yeah, I think
Davis
so.
Any day of the week.
The game that is going to it might not be as meaningful because Penn State sucks, but is honestly just as meaningful as the Michigan State game because it essentially decides the top 2 in the Big Ten East.
Mm-hmm.
Ohio State, Penn State, 7:30 ABC. Those are my 2 for the road. With that being said, that is the show. Kaleb, any closing notes real quick?
I have none.
Okay. Real quick then. First off, I want to thank everybody who has sat here for the past 4 hours and 10 minutes. 4 hours and 11 minutes here in a couple seconds. Through the show. Without you guys, this stuff wouldn't really happen. I kind of did it last week. Said this had the same drawn out thank you last week. But on Monday, Jordan and I were looking at this. This will be our 4th year, going into April, that'll be our 4th year. This project, little project of ours, has just taken on a new life. We have our own spinoff show on Fridays now, for now, with Backdoor Cover, a show on sports gambling. So, again, without all of you guys, a lot of this stuff wouldn't be happening. And I would also like to thank you, Kaleb, for coming on the show and spending the past 4 hours and change with us. We like having guests on. It's just it can be a struggle scheduling all the time. And hopefully we can get you on again sometime soon.
Would be more than happy to do that. It was awesome.
Jordan, anything?
Oh, fuck Dan Snyder first off.
Yep.
Get that out of the way before I forget it.
Yep. Fair.
Yeah. Gonna be a weekend. I'll tell you that. Well, you might be sober, Austin.
Yes, I will, mostly because I'll have to be.
Will I be throughout the Michigan State game? Not likely. Which is a problem because it starts at noon.
Oh yeah.
Rip. But yeah, that's gonna be a game. Always a tight one, it seems. Even when one team's bad, it always seems that this game is just wild, unpredictable. It usually is. So we'll see. Noon Sunday on Fox. Big noon Saturday.
Yeah. Alrighty then. With that being said, thank you everyone for making us part of your day, however you may be watching or listening, wherever you may be watching or listening from. Peace out and stay classy. See ya.
Forgot to say bang.